Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. The rental was in a small town tucked away in the foothills, exactly what I needed after months of non-stop work in the city. It was mid-October, and I decided a quiet Airbnb retreat would be ideal for relaxing, catching up on some reading, and getting my head straight. After browsing listings for a few days, one stood out. A modest yet charming two-story house with plenty of positive reviews praising its cleanliness and coziness. The host, a woman named Karen, had glowing feedback from previous guests, mentioning her kindness and the warm atmosphere she provided. It seemed perfect. When I arrived in town, it was late afternoon. The streets were already quiet, and the air had that crisp autumn chill I always found comforting. The rental was located on a tree-lined street, surrounded by similar quaint homes. Leaves crunched beneath my feet as I approached the porch, carrying my duffel bag and laptop. Karen was waiting by the door, waving gently as I approached. She was probably in her early 50s, dressed neatly in a wool cardigan and jeans, with her gray-streaked hair pulled back into a loose bun. She greeted me with a warm smile that instantly put me at ease. "You must be Jake," she said, extending a hand. "Glad you made it. How was your drive?" "It was fine," I replied, shaking her hand politely. The countryside was beautiful, just what I needed. She nodded knowingly, leading me inside. The interior was clean and homey, filled with the scent of fresh-baked cookies and faint lavender. There was a fire going in the living room fireplace, casting a welcoming glow on the walls. Karen pointed out amenities: the kitchen, bathroom, bedroom upstairs, and showed me around briefly. "I live just across town," she said softly, handing me the keys. "If you need anything at all, just send a message. I usually stop by every other day to bring clean towels or check on things, but otherwise I'll leave you in peace." "Perfect," I replied, genuinely grateful. "Thanks, Karen." She smiled again, her expression lingering just a second longer than necessary. "I'm glad you chose this place. It feels right for you." The comment struck me as slightly odd, but I brushed it off, thanking her again as she waved and walked down the driveway, disappearing around the corner. I locked the door behind her, breathing a sigh of relief. The house was exactly as advertised: cozy, quiet, and private. It was the escape I'd hoped for. My first evening passed uneventfully. I cooked a quick pasta dinner in the small kitchen, then settled into an armchair by the fireplace with a novel I'd been meaning to read for months. Outside, dusk gave way to night, the wind softly rustling leaves against the window pane. It was peaceful, the kind of calm you rarely get in the city. After a couple of hours, my eyelids felt heavy, and I made my way upstairs to the bedroom. The mattress was comfortable, the bedding freshly laundered, smelling faintly of fabric softener. I drifted off to sleep quickly, content in the stillness of my new surroundings. The next morning, I woke early to bright sunlight streaming through sheer curtains. Stretching lazily, I padded into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I paused, toothbrush midair, noticing immediately that something felt off. My toothbrush wasn't in the exact spot I'd left it. It was slightly shifted, resting precariously on the edge of the sink instead of standing upright in the cup. A small thing, easily overlooked, but it bothered me. Shaking off the thought, I took a quick shower, but as I stepped out and reached for my towel, I froze again. It was damp, not soaking, just faintly moist, as though it had recently been used. I stared at it, frowning deeply. I hadn't used it yet. The logical explanation was that Karen had come in early to replace or move something, but she'd promised to always message beforehand. Feeling unsettled, I got dressed and walked downstairs, scanning the main floor. Everything looked untouched. The front door was locked, exactly as I'd left it, and there was no note or message from Karen anywhere. Deciding to give her the benefit of the doubt, I grabbed my phone and sent a polite text. "Hey Karen, quick question, did you happen to stop by this morning?" Within a minute she replied, "Hi Jake, no, not today. Is everything all right?" Unease tightened in my chest. I hesitated, then texted back, "All good, just checking, thanks." Throughout the day, I tried to shake off my lingering paranoia. I explored the small town, had lunch at a local diner, and chatted briefly with the friendly waitress about the town's history. When I mentioned where I was staying, her expression flickered for a brief moment before she smiled again, almost too brightly. "You'll love it there," she said. "Karen's place has a lot of personality." I wanted to ask what she meant, but she quickly moved on to another table before I could. That evening, back at the rental, I couldn't escape the nagging sense of discomfort. After dinner, I set up the small portable security camera I'd brought with me, placing it discreetly on the hallway table upstairs, pointing directly toward the bedroom door. It connected wirelessly to an app on my phone. It was probably overkill, I knew, but it made me feel safer. Exhausted from the day's anxiety, I climbed into bed, forcing myself to relax. Eventually, I drifted into an uneasy sleep, the night quiet and still around me. But at exactly 3:14 a.m., I jolted awake, heart pounding. The room felt oddly cold, shadows dancing across the walls. My phone lay silent on the nightstand beside me, screen dark. I reached for it, intending to check the camera feed, but noticed immediately a notification waiting silently on the lock screen. "Security alert. Motion detected. Camera offline. As of 3:14 a.m. My blood ran cold. Quickly, I opened the app, hands trembling. The live feed was down, the camera showing only a blank error screen. Panic surged through me. Was someone else in the house? Cautiously, I rose from the bed, heart hammering against my ribs, listening intently. The house was eerily silent, except for the faint rustle of leaves outside the window. With shaking fingers, I tried to restart the camera feed, but nothing happened. It stayed dark. I stood there, paralyzed by indecision. Part of me wanted to flee the house immediately, drive away into the safety of town. But another, rational side insisted I was overreacting. Perhaps the Wi-Fi had glitched, or the battery died unexpectedly. Yet the memory of the damp towel, the moved toothbrush, and now this, it was all too much to dismiss as coincidence. Finally, with every ounce of courage I could muster, I approached the bedroom door, opening it slowly. The hallway was dark, empty, and silent. I stepped forward carefully, my breath shallow, listening for any sound. any indication I wasn't alone. But there was nothing, just shadows and silence and the cold, creeping feeling that someone or something had been right here, watching me sleep. I stood frozen in the dimly lit hallway, my pulse thrumming loudly in my ears. Every instinct told me I wasn't alone, that something had invaded the fragile privacy of this home while I slept. But the darkness revealed nothing, just silence, thick and oppressive, pressing down on me from every corner. "Hello?" I called out weakly, immediately regretting it as my voice echoed down the hallway. No reply came. Only the low hum of the refrigerator downstairs, a mechanical reassurance that offered little comfort now. I moved cautiously, each step deliberate and careful, toward the small table where I'd set up the camera. It sat exactly as I'd left it, positioned neatly, lens pointing directly toward my bedroom door, but the indicator light was off, completely dark. I picked it up, feeling a cold trickle of dread run down my spine when I saw it had been switched off at exactly 3:14 a.m. My hands shook as I opened the battery compartment, hoping desperately for a logical explanation. The batteries were still there, undisturbed and fresh. It had simply been turned off manually. A chill prickled my skin as I glanced around nervously, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows, but the hallway remained empty. Taking a shaky breath, I switched the camera back on. Its tiny green light flickered reassuringly, reconnecting quickly to the app on my phone. Immediately, notifications flooded my screen. Security alert. Motion detected at 3:13 a.m. Security alert. Camera offline at 3:14 a.m. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. Someone had been here, deliberately turning off my camera as soon as motion was detected. I played back the short video clip captured before the feed cut off, anxiety tightening my throat. The footage was grainy in the dim hallway light, but I clearly saw the edge of a shadow move quickly across the wall, disappearing just before the camera went black. My stomach twisted violently. Someone had stood outside my bedroom door, watched me sleep, turned off the only security measure I'd brought. Panic surged through me, overwhelming any rational thoughts I still clung to. I had to get out of this place right now. Still clutching my phone tightly, I rushed back into the bedroom and gathered my belongings in a hurry, stuffing clothes hastily into my duffel bag. Adrenaline made my hands clumsy, but within minutes, I was dressed and ready, duffel bag slung over my shoulder, car keys in hand. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I hesitated, glancing once toward the living room. The fireplace was cold now, the once inviting room dark and unwelcoming. I took one final look around the house that had felt so perfect just yesterday, then opened the front door. Outside, the chill night air hit me sharply, carrying the smell of damp leaves. I locked the front door firmly behind me, eager to leave whatever nightmare lingered here. Quickly, I made my way to my parked car, my footsteps crunching loudly in the silence. I tossed my bag into the passenger seat, climbed in hastily, and started the engine. Relief washed through me as the familiar rumble of my car filled the quiet street. But just as I was about to pull away, headlights appeared behind me. A second car parked directly across the driveway, blocking me in. My heart froze. The driver's door opened slowly and Karen stepped out, her face illuminated by the yellow glow of the street lamp. She looked concerned, confused, holding up one hand apologetically. I rolled down the window only a crack, my voice strained and cautious. "Karen, what are you doing here? It's late." She moved closer, looking genuinely puzzled. "Jake, I got worried. You seemed upset when you messaged earlier, and then I saw your lights on. Are you okay? Why are you leaving in the middle of the night?" My mouth went dry. Someone was inside the house, Karen. My camera caught it. The towels, my toothbrush, they've been moved around. I'm sorry, but I don't feel safe here. I have to go. Her eyes widened in surprise and distress. "Jake, that's impossible. No one else has keys. No one else was here. I swear to you." I shook my head firmly, not wanting to argue. "I appreciate your concern, but something isn't right. My camera detected someone in the hallway. I can't stay." She stepped closer still, leaning down slightly to speak through the gap in the window. "Jake, please, let's go back inside. We'll check together. I can prove nothing is wrong." "It's late. You're panicking. Let me help." Something about her tone set off alarms in my head, a sense that she was almost too insistent, too calm. I hesitated, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Just move your car, Karen. Please, I just want to go." For a long, tense moment, she stared at me, then nodded reluctantly. "All right, but if you change your mind, call me. I promise you, it's safe here." She stepped back, returning to her car. My pulse thundered as I watched her back out, clearing the way. I drove quickly away, hands still trembling, glancing repeatedly in my rearview mirror to make sure I wasn't being followed. After driving several miles, I pulled over into the brightly lit parking lot of a 24-hour gas station. My heart still hadn't settled, but at least I felt safer here, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the occasional passing car. I sat there, trying to calm myself, still gripping the steering wheel as though it anchored me to reality. To ease my nerves, I opened my phone again, deciding to double-check the Airbnb listing for anything suspicious. At first glance, everything appeared normal, mostly positive reviews praising the coziness and Karen's kindness. But when I filtered by date, starting with the oldest, my blood ran cold. There, buried deep beneath dozens of glowing reviews, were messages from past guests who'd clearly experienced unsettling events like mine. Host was friendly, but I woke up feeling like someone had been in my room, read one review from a year earlier. "My towels were damp, even though I hadn't used them yet," said another. One review made my heart stop entirely. "Woke up covered in bruises. No memory of getting them. Left immediately. Host denied everything." I stared in horror, the dread pooling deeper inside me. How had I missed this? The newer reviews drowned out these warnings, leaving them buried, hidden beneath layers of normalcy and praise. As I sat there, my phone suddenly buzzed. Another notification from my security app. A delayed video upload, marked clearly from 3:14 a.m. had just appeared. With trembling hands, I pressed play. The footage showed me sleeping, unaware and vulnerable. And then, slowly, silently, Karen emerged from underneath my bed, standing quietly beside me, her gaze fixed on my sleeping face. She leaned down, whispering words barely audible. "Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer." The video stopped abruptly, leaving me alone in the bright, sterile parking lot, shivering uncontrollably, realizing I'd narrowly escaped something unimaginably dark. And suddenly, the cozy Airbnb felt very, very far away. I sat in my car long after the video ended, frozen, replaying it in my mind over and over. Karen, under my bed, the way she had stood so calmly, as if it wasn't the first time. The whisper, "Don't leave yet." My stomach turned. I checked the video's timestamp again. 3:14 a.m., exactly when the motion alert had gone off and the camera had shut down. She'd known where it was. She'd turned it off. My hands were trembling, but I opened the phone again and began typing a review. I wasn't going to let this slide. People needed to know. I needed to warn them, even if I couldn't fully explain what had just happened. I wrote the truth that something was wrong with that place, with her. That she'd been in the house at night without permission. I didn't care how insane it sounded. When I tried to submit the review, a notification popped up. This host is currently under review. New submissions are temporarily disabled. My chest tightened. It was possible other people had already reported her. Or maybe she had some way of keeping those reviews buried, flagged as false or removed. I checked the earlier ones again, the ones I'd found buried deep before, and noticed something I'd missed earlier. Most had no responses from Karen. But one, posted months ago, had a single reply under it. "You weren't supposed to remember." My mouth went dry. It had to be her. She was replying to people she'd targeted, people who'd gotten too close to the truth. I needed to talk to someone. I wasn't sure if it was the police or the platform or someone else entirely, but I couldn't just drive home and pretend none of this happened. I had a video, I had proof. I just didn't know what to do with it yet. The nearest police station was only a few miles from the gas station. I drove there, still gripping the steering wheel too tightly. When I arrived, the place was nearly empty, quiet except for the hum of the lights and the soft voice of the night shift officer behind the desk. He looked up as I entered, his face impassive. "Can I help you?" he asked. "Yeah, I need to report something," I said, walking to the counter. "It's kind of weird, but I think I was being watched, or followed. I was staying at an Airbnb nearby, and someone, the host, came into the house, at night, while I was asleep." His expression didn't change. "Do you have proof of that?" "I do. I set up a small camera in the hallway. It caught her coming out from under the bed. I have the footage on my phone. It's real." "Let me see it," he said calmly. I handed him my phone. He watched the video, brows furrowing slightly, but never looking surprised, just quietly processing. When it ended, he looked up, his tone carefully neutral. "That is unsettling." "Yeah," I said, swallowing hard. "That's why I came here. I don't know what she's doing or why, but I wanted to make a report. In case someone else stays there and something worse happens." He nodded slowly, then turned to type something on his computer. "And you said her name was Karen? Karen Wilson?" I blinked. "Yeah. You know her?" He didn't answer right away. Then slowly, he stood and disappeared into a back room, telling me to sit tight while he looked into something. I waited. 5 minutes, then 10. The quiet of the station was unbearable. the flickering overhead lights buzzing faintly. My phone buzzed in my hand, an unknown number, no caller ID. I didn't answer. Then a text came through. "You shouldn't have shown anyone." My chest tightened. I looked toward the hallway where the officer had disappeared. Still no one. The door hadn't even creaked open. I stood up, walking cautiously to the counter, then leaned over slightly to peek through the hallway. Empty. I backed away and looked at the front door. For a split second I considered leaving, just walking out and calling a different station. But before I could move, the officer returned. He was holding a folder thick, aged, and he set it down gently on the counter. "She's been reported before," he said quietly. "A few times, all from out-of-towners. People passing through, staying a night or two. Claims just like yours." "What happened with them?" I asked, heart pounding. "Nothing," he said. "Reports vanish. No follow-up. Review sites get wiped. In one case, the guest himself disappeared, checked in, never checked out. His car was found 2 counties over, burned out." A cold chill ran through me. "And she's still renting out the place." "She never owned it," he replied. "Property is in her brother's name. Long criminal record. He's never been seen in town, not in years. Everyone just deals with her. No one asks questions." My throat was dry. "So what do I do now?" He looked me dead in the eye. "You leave, tonight. You don't come back to this town. You don't write reviews. You don't post that video. You forget it happened. That's how you stay alive." I stared at him, stunned. "You're telling me to do nothing?" "I'm telling you this isn't the kind of place that listens. And she's not someone you want to challenge. People who do don't stay gone for long." I took a slow step back. "You know what she is, and you're still letting her do it." He didn't respond. I turned and walked out, my body buzzing with adrenaline and disbelief. The night air outside was ice cold, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me as I climbed back into my car. I drove straight through the night, my hands never relaxing on the steering wheel. Every time a car appeared behind me, I flinched, afraid it would be hers, afraid she'd somehow gotten ahead of me. It wasn't until sunrise broke over the highway that I finally exhaled. I still have the video. I keep it saved in 3 places: my phone, my cloud storage, a flash drive in a drawer I never open. I haven't shown it to anyone else, haven't shared it online, haven't tried to warn anyone again. But sometimes in the middle of the night, I'll get a message from a stranger. "Do you know anything about a woman named Karen?" And I don't respond. Because she's still there. And she still has room for one. It's been a month since I left that town, since I pulled out of the gas station parking lot with my heart pounding, still reeling from what I'd seen. I've tried to settle back into my life, to find the rhythm I had before all of it. Work, gym, errands, sleep. But it's not the same. Something changed that night. I changed. I still wake up at 3:14 a.m. without fail, every night. Not from nightmares. I don't remember dreaming at all. I just wake up, wide-eyed, breath held. Listening, as if some part of me expects her to be there, watching from the shadows. I've done everything I can to forget it. Deleted the Airbnb app, canceled the accounts I used for travel booking, removed every notification tied to that town, But some things won't stay buried. You don't just forget something like that. You don't unsee a woman crawling out from under your bed. The worst part? Sometimes I wonder if it really happened. I look at the video, I still have it, but it's grainy. The lighting is poor. The shape is vaguely human, sure, but I could almost convince myself it was just a trick of the shadows. The mind plays games when it's scared, but then I remember the whisper, that voice, the words. Don't leave yet. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And even now, that dread hasn't gone away. A few days ago, I got another message. Anonymous, just like the others. The subject line was simple. Karen's place. No body text, no attachments, just the name. It came through my personal email, one I hadn't used for anything related to the trip. That's when I knew she wasn't done. I debated blocking the sender, deleting the message, pretending I hadn't seen it. But curiosity got the better of me. I clicked reply and typed just one line. What do you know? No response came that day, or the next. But on the third day, a new message appeared. Different address, but probably the same person. She's been doing this for years. Attached was a link to a zip file. I didn't open it right away. I ran antivirus software, scanned everything. Paranoia is second nature now, but eventually I clicked. Inside were screenshots, dozens of them. Old reviews, pulled from archived pages. Some were barely legible, old browser screenshots with text warped and blurred. But the pattern was unmistakable. Woke up with scratches I didn't have before. Heard someone breathing in my room. My boyfriend thought I was imagining it. Only stayed one night. Something was wrong. My phone was moved, charger unplugged. I didn't tell anyone, but I've never felt safe again. Each review came from a different year, a different name, sometimes a different listing title altogether. Cozy getaway in Maple Ridge, secluded artist's loft, warm rustic stay, but always the same host. Karen. The photos showed different houses, slightly different furnishings, but there was always the same hallway, the same guest room, the same neatly made bed. I scrolled through more files, police reports, at least 3 names, guests who had filed complaints but later withdrew them. One case involved a missing persons report. The man had checked into a short-term rental, last seen picking up groceries the night he arrived. His car was found 2 weeks later, burned out on a logging road miles from town. No body was ever recovered. The case went cold. One file stood out, a blurry image from a home security camera. It showed a woman crouched low, partially obscured by a bed frame. The angle was just off, the lighting poor. But her hair, it was identical. The same gray-streaked bun, the same sweater I'd seen her wear when she greeted me on the porch. Karen. I clicked through the rest of the folder, my heart pounding harder with each file. The last document was a text transcript, just a single exchange. You still do this? They keep coming. They always need a place to rest. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering. It wasn't just paranoia. I hadn't imagined it. This was real. That same night I received another message. This one was short but clear. She knows you're watching. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed a small bag and drove across town to my brother's place. I didn't explain why, I just said I needed a break, time to clear my head. He offered the spare room without asking questions, and I've been staying here ever since. But even now, the feeling follows me. It's in the way I check the locks 3 times before bed, how I look under the bed, behind the curtains, even inside the closet. I don't feel safe anymore. Not anywhere. Then today, something new happened. I got a package. No return address, no markings, just a plain brown box sitting on the porch, waiting for me when I came back from grabbing coffee. My stomach turned the moment I saw it. I took it inside, opened it slowly. Inside was a single object, a key. Attached to it was a note, written in handwriting I didn't recognize, but I didn't need to. Room for one. You left too soon. The key was old-fashioned, iron, the kind you'd see in a historic home, or a place that hadn't been updated in decades. And I knew, deep in my gut, it belonged to that house, her house. She was still reaching out, still watching. I stared at the key for a long time, then placed it back in the box, sealed it, and threw it in the dumpster behind the complex. But I knew that wasn't the end of it. Throwing it away didn't erase the message. It didn't undo what had already been done. Now every time I hear a floorboard creak, every time I wake at 3:14 and stare into the dark corners of the room, I wonder, is she here? Is she under the bed? Somewhere out there, Karen still has her listing. It might be under a different name, a different town, but the hallway will be the same, so will the room. And someone else will book it. Someone will think it's just another getaway, a cozy weekend escape. They'll settle into the bed, fall asleep thinking they're alone. And at 3:14 a.m. they'll wake to the sound of whispering. Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer. I survived, but I don't know how many others will. It was supposed to be over. I had left, driven away, deleted the apps, blocked the number, burned the damn key after fishing it out of the trash because I couldn't sleep knowing it was still there. I even contacted Airbnb again from a different account, using a VPN, hoping I could bypass whatever filters Karen seemed to have wrapped around herself, but I never got a reply. I wasn't sure anyone on the other end even saw the message. I was trying to move on, back at my brother's house, still pretending everything was fine, that I just needed a break from the noise, and for a while things quieted down. I was still rattled, still checking locks and peering into closets, but I thought the worst had passed. Until last Tuesday. It started with a voicemail. No caller ID, of course. The message was short, 7 seconds. Just the sound of breathing, slow, deliberate, close. Then faintly, almost too quiet to hear, the whisper I'd been trying to forget. Don't leave yet. I dropped my phone. For a second, I thought maybe it was my mind playing tricks again. I replayed the voicemail over and over, each time catching just a few more syllables. Stay longer. My brother found me sitting in the living room, pale and wide-eyed, gripping the phone like it might bite. You okay? He asked cautiously. I nodded, lied. Yeah, just got some bad news. But I knew it wasn't news. It was a warning. That night, I turned on every light in the house, every single one. I stayed in the guest room with a flashlight in one hand and a metal bat in the other. I didn't sleep. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Only for a second, maybe two, but they flickered. No power outage in the neighborhood, no bad weather, just my room, just my clock resetting. And when I checked the camera I'd mounted on the door, yes, I had another one, of course I did, it showed nothing. Nothing at all. Except it had been turned off at exactly 3:14 a.m. The same timestamp, always the same. I sat in the dark for hours after that, no longer trying to deny what I'd known deep down all along. This wasn't about a bad rental. It wasn't just a creepy host or a glitchy camera. This was deliberate, coordinated, targeted. Karen, if that was even her real name, hadn't just been watching me during that weekend. She was still watching, and I wasn't the first. So I started digging. Harder than before. I spent days scouring old travel forums, web archives, anything that hadn't been buried or erased. I searched names, addresses, descriptions of the property. I found fragments. Posts deleted hours after they were created. Blog entries that vanished mid-sentence. Even a Reddit thread that simply said, "Don't book the cottage near Maple Ridge," followed by nothing but blank space. I tracked down one username, a guy named Darren who'd posted in a hiking forum about his strange Airbnb experience in the same area. His account had gone inactive 2 years ago. I sent him a message anyway. He replied 2 days later, a single sentence. "You saw her too, didn't you?" I typed out everything, the towel, the toothbrush, the camera, the video, the key. He didn't respond for a full day. When he did, he asked for a phone call. I hesitated, then agreed. We spoke for 35 minutes. Darren's voice was low and hoarse, like someone who didn't talk to many people anymore. He lived in another state now, no social media, changed his name. His story mirrored mine almost exactly. One night stay, strange behavior, subtle intrusions. I left after the first night, he said, thought I was being paranoid, but she followed me. Followed you how? I asked. The same way she's following you now. Messages, packages, visitors. I nearly dropped the phone. She showed up at your house? No, he said flatly, but someone did. A man, clean cut. Said he was with the property management group. Asked a lot of questions. Wanted to know if I enjoyed my stay. What did you do? I moved. Never stayed anywhere without cameras again, but they always find a way back in. He said it like it wasn't just Karen, like there was a network, a group, people who were all part of it. Have you ever gone back? I asked. To the house? A pause. No, but I thought about it. I think that's what they want. What do you mean? They want you to go back. It's not about the house. It's about you. They pick people who won't be believed, people who are alone, travelers. They make you question your memory, your sanity. And then when you go looking for answers, that's when it gets worse. That night, I barely spoke to my brother. I told him I wasn't feeling well, that I needed some time to myself. I sat in the guest room with my phone on the desk, watching the camera feed, waiting, daring something to happen. At 3:14 a.m., the app glitched, just for a second, No motion alert this time, just static. And then, in the corner of the screen, a face. Not fully visible, just part of it, eyes staring. Close to the camera, so close I could see the reflection in one iris. It was me. The feed cut to black. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. For a moment I felt paralyzed, like the fear had sunk its claws into me completely. But I knew what I had to do. I packed a bag, left a note for my brother, and I drove. Not back to the house, not yet. To the town, to the diner where that waitress gave me that strange look, to the gas station where I'd first felt safe, to the police station where the officer had warned me, quietly, calmly, to disappear. And I realized something they all knew, maybe not all the details, but enough to stay quiet, to look away. Maybe because they were afraid, or maybe because they were part of it. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I was going back. Not for revenge, not even for answers. Just to end it, one way or another. Because I couldn't live like this anymore. Because I knew wherever I went, at exactly 3:14 a.m., she would still be watching. And she would always whisper, "You were supposed to stay longer." I arrived back in Old Town Ridge just after noon. The sky was overcast, casting a gray hush over the sleepy town. The kind of day that felt half-finished, like something important had been forgotten. The streets were mostly empty, a few cars here and there, a couple of people walking their dogs. No one looked up as I passed. No one recognized me, or maybe they did, and they just chose not to show it. The diner was still there. Same chipped paint on the windows, same dusty neon sign flickering on and off. I parked across the street and watched it for a minute before heading in. The same waitress was behind the counter. Her hair was different, but I knew it was her. I didn't expect her to recognize me. To her, I was probably just another guest from a long list of faces she'd served. But the second our eyes met, something passed between us. Not surprise, just acknowledgement. I sat at the counter. She brought me coffee without asking. "You came back," she said. "I had to." She didn't nod, didn't blink, just stared into her notepad like it had something important to say. "You're not the first," she added. I figured. She scribbled something, then tore the page out and slid it across the counter toward me. It was an address, not the one I remembered, but close, a few blocks off the edge of town. "They move it sometimes," she said quietly. "The furniture changes, the name on the mailbox, but the room stays the same." I didn't ask how she knew. I didn't ask why she was helping. I just took the paper, finished the coffee, and left a 20 on the counter. The new address brought me to the edge of a quiet residential street, lined with trees that had already shed most of their leaves. The house was smaller than before. White siding, one story, a porch swing creaking gently in the wind. No cars in the driveway, but the front door was unlocked. I stepped inside. The layout was different, new wallpaper, new furniture, but the hallway was the same. I walked slowly down the narrow corridor, passing the framed art, the coat hooks, the creaky floorboard just before the guest room. The door to the room was open. The bed was made. Neatly, perfectly. A single key sat on the nightstand, next to a folded note. I didn't touch either. I just stood there for a moment, taking it in. This was the place. Maybe not the same structure, but the place. And she was still here. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened the camera app. It was already recording. I'd started filming back in the car. No more glitchy footage, no more shadows. Just me, here, walking through this house, with the truth. I turned slowly and walked back to the living room, where the fireplace flickered. There was no firewood, no switch. It burned anyway. I sat in the chair across from it, facing the hallway, waiting. 3:14 wasn't far off. As the clock on my phone ticked closer, the temperature in the room began to drop. Not dramatically, just enough to notice, enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. I checked the camera. Still running. And then, without warning, I heard the sound. The whisper of a door moving. Footsteps, soft, bare, coming from the hallway. I didn't move, didn't speak. I just raised the phone, steady hands capturing everything. She stepped into the room. Same sweater, same face, Karen. Her expression was calm, almost kind, as if we were old friends reuniting. "I knew you'd come back," she said. "I had to," I replied. She looked at the camera, then back at me. Her eyes were strange, too calm, too clear. There was no guilt, no fear, just acceptance. This place, it chooses people. Some don't even know why they book it. They just feel the pull. "What is it?" I asked. "Why me?" She smiled, faint and tired. "It's not about you. Not really. It's about the story. Some people come and they forget. Some never leave. But you remembered. You saw it for what it was." I didn't speak. She walked to the fireplace and crouched beside it, running her hand through the flames. They didn't burn her, just flickered around her fingers. "I don't make the rules," she said. "I just keep the room ready." "Ready for what?" Her smile faded slightly. "For the ones who need it, the ones who've been touched by it already. It doesn't let go. You carry it, whether you want to or not." My throat tightened. So what now? She stood, brushing her hands off like she'd just finished gardening. "Now you leave. For good. You've seen what it is. That's enough." You walked into the fire and walked back out. "And if I don't?" Her eyes hardened. "Then the room gets another guest." We stood there for a long moment. Then I nodded. I turned and walked back down the hallway, past the key, past the bed, out the door. The air outside was colder now, the wind sharper, but the sky was clearing. I drove straight to the county police department 2 towns over, told them everything, showed them the footage, gave them the address, names, dates. I don't know what they did with it. Maybe nothing, maybe everything. I went home. The messages stopped. The nightmares faded. And slowly I started living again. Weeks later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. When I finally listened to it, the voice was one I didn't expect. The waitress. They shut the house down, she said. Came in with a warrant, took everything. She's gone, don't know where. But the house is sealed, cameras, lights. No one's booked it since. She paused. You ended it, you know, whatever it was. And then she hung up. That night, for the first time in months, I slept straight through. No wake-ups, no whispering, no shadow at the foot of my bed. Just silence. The good kind. I don't know what Karen really was. I don't know if she was part of something bigger or just a symptom of it. But I know this. Some houses don't want to be homes. Some places hold on to the people who pass through, like a sickness that refuses to let go. But if you shine enough light into a room like that, sometimes it lets you go. Sometimes it sets you free. And if you're lucky, you never have to check under the bed again. Working the overnight shift at Quick Stop Convenience wasn't anyone's first choice, but the pay was decent, and honestly, I needed the money. It wasn't glamorous, but it suited me, quiet, predictable, and rarely eventful. The store sat on a forgotten stretch of road on the outskirts of town. The only regular customers were truckers passing through, occasional college kids fueling up before heading home, or locals grabbing late-night snacks. Usually, I'd spend my shift flipping through magazines or scrolling mindlessly through my phone. But tonight felt different right from the start. It wasn't something I could immediately explain, just a slight unease that made the fluorescent lights seem harsher, the hum of refrigerators louder, and the empty aisles lonelier than usual. It was nearing midnight, and the store had been empty for over an hour when I first noticed the car. I was wiping down the coffee counter, yawning and glancing toward the clock, when my eyes caught sight of headlights pulling into the lot across the street. At first, I assumed it was just someone stopping to check directions or take a call. They parked with their engine off, the lights quickly dimming into darkness. Through the window, I could just barely make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the driver's seat. It was hard to see clearly. The streetlight outside had been flickering for weeks, and the darkness swallowed everything beyond the store's own parking lot. I tried to shrug it off. People parked there occasionally, maybe they'd stopped for a nap or a break from driving. But as I stocked shelves, my eyes kept drifting back to that car. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and the vehicle remained completely still. The shadowy figure inside never moved as far as I could tell, just sat there, watching. Unease crept slowly into my chest. My coworker, Amber, had told me stories about people acting strange during her shifts. Usually I brushed off her tales as paranoia or boredom, but tonight I suddenly wished I'd paid more attention. I told myself there was nothing to worry about, but my instincts disagreed. By 1 a.m., I was genuinely unsettled. I wanted to call someone, maybe Amber, but it felt silly. What would I even say? That someone parked across the street wasn't doing anything at all, and somehow that was frightening me. Instead, I distracted myself by rearranging candy bars and counting the cash in the register for the third time. But no matter what I did, the nagging feeling wouldn't leave. Every few minutes my gaze wandered back to the car, half expecting it to vanish. It never did. The silence inside the store grew unbearable, amplifying every tiny sound, the creaking of floorboards beneath my feet, the quiet buzz of lights, even my own breathing. I turned on some music, choosing something upbeat to drown out the quiet, but it didn't help. My eyes constantly drifted back to the dark figure across the street, now becoming more visible as my vision adjusted. The driver just sat there, a vague shape barely illuminated by the dashboard glow. Finally, at around 2 a.m., I convinced myself to go outside. Maybe confronting the situation would relieve some of my anxiety. I stepped out cautiously into the cool night air, pulling my jacket tightly around me as I glanced across the road. The car was parked at an odd angle, its dark paint blending with the night. I couldn't see a license plate clearly, and there was no sound coming from it. Taking a breath, I called out tentatively, "Hey, do you need anything?" Silence answered me. My pulse quickened, and I felt incredibly exposed standing under the fluorescent store lights. I took another step forward, shouting a bit louder this time, "If you need directions, I can help." Still nothing. But then, ever so slightly, the shadow inside shifted. My heart jumped. They knew I was there. They could clearly see me, but they weren't responding. Why weren't they responding? Fear clawed at my throat, and I quickly retreated back inside, locking the door behind me. Once back at the counter, I realized my hands were shaking. Determined to calm down, I took deep breaths and convinced myself I was being ridiculous. People did strange things at night all the time. It didn't mean anything. Even so, I found myself pulling the phone closer just in case. Around 3 a.m., when I glanced up again, my heart stopped. The car's headlights suddenly flicked on, flooding the road with harsh white light. My breathing quickened as the car slowly pulled forward, turning across the street directly toward the store. I stood frozen, gripping the counter, unable to look away as the car crept closer, its headlights glaring through the store window, blinding me momentarily. When my vision cleared, the car had stopped right in front of the entrance, the engine idling softly. I could see the driver clearly now, a man in his early 30s, dark hair, pale skin. He didn't move, didn't get out, just sat perfectly still, staring straight ahead. But then, as though sensing my gaze, he slowly turned his head toward me. We stared at each other through the glass for what felt like an eternity. He looked ordinary enough, clean-shaven, neatly dressed, yet his eyes held something else, something unsettling. They were wide, unblinking, focused entirely on me. I felt a cold wave of dread crawl down my spine. Without thinking, I reached for the phone and dialed 911, keeping my eyes fixed on him. A dispatcher answered, and I quickly explained my situation, my voice shaking embarrassingly. The operator assured me an officer was nearby and would arrive within minutes. As soon as I hung up, the man in the car shifted slightly, as if realizing I'd called someone. Without breaking eye contact, he suddenly smiled, a slow, deliberate, knowing smile that made my stomach churn. Then abruptly, he turned away, put the car into gear, and pulled out slowly onto the road, disappearing into the darkness just as the police cruiser rounded the corner, its lights flashing reassuringly. My knees felt weak as the officer walked inside, glancing around the empty store with mild confusion. I explained everything, embarrassed by how trivial it sounded now. The officer nodded patiently, took notes, and walked around outside to check the lot. Returning, he shrugged apologetically. "No sign of him now," he said gently. "Probably just some weirdo passing through. Happens sometimes out here. Call us back if he returns." I nodded, thanking him as he left, but after he drove away, the silence felt worse than before. The image of the man's face stayed with me. His unsettling smile burned into my mind. The night wore on slowly, painfully. Every passing minute felt longer than the last. By the time morning finally arrived, I felt drained and paranoid, jumping at every noise. When Amber arrived to relieve me, I told her the story, expecting skepticism. Instead, she looked worried. "You should be careful," she said softly. "Sometimes they come back." I drove home in silence, Amber's words echoing in my mind, mixing with the stranger's smile. My gut told me this wasn't over yet. And as much as I wanted to dismiss my fear, a deeper instinct warned me Amber might be right. Because sometimes they do come back. The following night, I arrived at the quick-stop convenience store with a lingering sense of unease. The events of the previous shift had left me shaken, and I couldn't shake the image of the man in the car, his unsettling smile etched into my memory. Amber's warning echoed in my mind, "Sometimes they come back." As I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the familiar chime sounded, and the fluorescent lights flickered to life. The store appeared as it always did, rows of neatly stocked shelves, the hum of the refrigerators, and the faint aroma of stale coffee. Yet an undercurrent of tension made everything feel slightly off-kilter. Determined to maintain a sense of normalcy, I busied myself with routine tasks, restocking shelves, checking expiration dates, and tidying the counter. Despite my efforts, I found myself glancing toward the windows every few minutes, half expecting to see the mysterious car parked across the street. Hours passed without incident. The usual trickle of late-night customers came and went, a trucker grabbing a cup of coffee, a teenager purchasing snacks, an elderly man buying a newspaper. Each interaction was brief and uneventful, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Around 2 a.m., as I was wiping down the coffee station, the bell above the door jingled. I looked up, expecting another customer, but the store was empty. A chill ran down my spine as I stepped from behind the counter to inspect the entrance. The door was slightly ajar, swaying gently as if someone had just passed through. I stepped outside, scanning the parking lot and the road beyond. The street was deserted, save for the occasional flicker of the faulty streetlight. The mysterious car was nowhere in sight. I shivered, attributing the open door to a gust of wind or perhaps a faulty latch. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been there. Returning inside, I locked the door firmly behind me and resolved to stay vigilant. I checked the security cameras, but the grainy footage revealed nothing unusual. The rest of the night passed slowly, each creak and groan of the building amplified by my heightened senses. As dawn approached and my shift neared its end, I felt a mixture of relief and exhaustion. I told myself that the previous night's events had been a fluke, a one-time occurrence that wouldn't repeat. Yet deep down, I couldn't ignore the nagging suspicion that this was just the beginning. Over the next few shifts, the sense of unease persisted. Though the mysterious car didn't reappear, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, and the store's once comforting hum now felt oppressive. I found myself jumping at the slightest sound, my nerves frayed from sleepless nights and constant vigilance. One evening, as I was organizing the cigarette display behind the counter, the phone rang. I picked up, expecting a customer inquiry or perhaps a call from Amber. Instead, there was silence on the other end. I listened intently, straining to hear any background noise, but there was nothing, just an eerie, suffocating silence. "Hello?" I said cautiously. "Is anyone there?" Still, no response. I was about to hang up when I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. The words were indistinct, but the tone was chilling, sending a jolt of fear through me. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice wavering. The whispering ceased, replaced by the abrupt click of the call disconnecting. I stood there, the receiver still pressed to my ear, heart pounding. The rational part of my mind told me it was likely a prank call, but deep down, I knew better. Determined not to let fear consume me, I tried to focus on my tasks. Yet, as the night wore on, the oppressive atmosphere grew heavier. The store's fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting unsettling shadows that danced along the walls. The hum of the refrigerators seemed to grow louder, almost as if they were whispering just beyond the edge of hearing. Around 3:30 a.m., as I was restocking the refrigerated section, I heard a soft tapping on the glass. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. The tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate. Slowly I turned toward the source of the sound. There, pressed against the glass of the front window, was a handprint, pale and distinct. Beyond the glass, the parking lot was empty. A surge of adrenaline propelled me forward. I grabbed the nearest object, a metal mop handle, and approached the window cautiously. The handprint was still there, stark against the glass. I scanned the area outside, but there was no sign of anyone. I locked the door, double-checking it this time, and retreated behind the counter. My hands trembled as I gripped the mop handle, my eyes darting around the store, searching for any sign of movement. The minutes dragged on, each one stretching into eternity. Just as I began to convince myself that I was overreacting, the power went out. The store was plunged into darkness, the only illumination coming from the faint glow of the emergency exit sign. The hum of the refrigerators ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to navigate. The beam cut through the darkness, casting elongated shadows that seemed to shift and move. I made my way to the back room, where the circuit breaker was located. As I reached for the breaker, I heard it, a low, guttural whisper, emanating from the darkness behind me. The whisper froze me in place, my hand trembling as it hovered over the circuit breaker. The darkness pressed in around me, thick and suffocating, making each breath feel harder than the last. I strained to listen, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Had I really heard something, or was my imagination spiraling out of control? I stood there, motionless, afraid even to breathe too loudly. Silence returned, heavy and oppressive. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe the whisper was just a trick my exhausted mind played on me. Carefully, I flipped the main switch on the breaker panel, holding my breath as the lights flickered back to life. The store returned to its familiar hum and glow, momentarily banishing the darkness. I exhaled slowly, trying to convince myself everything was fine. Yet the relief didn't last long. Returning to the main store area, I saw something that made my stomach tighten with dread. The front door was wide open, swinging slightly on its hinges. Panic surged through me. I was sure I'd locked it, I remembered clearly, pulling the bolt into place after seeing that eerie handprint on the window. Rushing forward, I closed and bolted the door once more, my hands shaking as I secured the lock. I peered outside into the empty parking lot, my pulse racing. The street remained deserted, the faulty street lamp flickering ominously across the road. Nothing looked out of place, yet the air felt charged with tension, as if someone had just been standing there moments ago. I retreated behind the counter, desperately trying to rationalize what was happening. Maybe the lock was faulty. Maybe I'd imagined the whisper and the handprint. Sleep deprivation could do strange things to the mind, but deep down, I knew better. Something was wrong, horribly wrong, and my gut told me this was far from over. The rest of the shift crawled by painfully slow. Every few minutes I checked the doors and windows, triple-checked the locks, and jumped at every minor sound. When the morning sunlight finally broke through the windows, I nearly cried with relief. When Amber arrived to relieve me, she took one look at my pale face and wide eyes, and her expression filled with concern. "What happened to you?" she asked softly, her voice hesitant. I recounted everything: the power outage, the open door, the whisper in the darkness. As I spoke, Amber's expression grew more and more troubled. She didn't dismiss me this time, didn't offer easy reassurances. Instead, she seemed genuinely scared. "You should report this," she said firmly. "Talk to the manager or call the cops again. Something isn't right here." I agreed quietly, though a part of me feared the police would again dismiss me as paranoid. I drove home in silence, dread weighing heavily on my shoulders. At home, sleep came in restless, fitful bursts. I dreamt of dark figures, disembodied whispers, and a faceless man standing silently across the road, watching my every move. When I awoke in the late afternoon, I felt even more exhausted than before. Anxiety had firmly embedded itself in my chest, making each moment feel strained. But I couldn't afford to miss a shift, and I knew I'd have to return to that store, back into the heart of whatever was happening. As night fell once more, dread churned my stomach. I parked in front of the store, hesitating before stepping out into the dark parking lot. The air felt heavier tonight, thick with foreboding. Glancing across the street, my heart lurched. The same car from the other night sat parked exactly where it had before, lights off, engine silent, just waiting. I hurried inside, locking the door immediately behind me. I took a deep breath, my eyes never leaving that car. Time slowed to a crawl, each minute stretching painfully as the car remained motionless, its occupant hidden in shadow. Around midnight, I finally decided to call the police again. As I dialed the number, my hands trembled slightly. A dispatcher answered, and I described the situation as calmly as possible. "We'll send someone to check it out," she assured me gently. "Just stay inside and keep your doors locked." Minutes passed slowly. I stood by the window, watching the car, my stomach twisted with apprehension. Finally, a police cruiser pulled into the lot, stopping briefly in front of the store before approaching the mysterious car across the road. I watched intently as the officer stepped out, flashlight in hand, and approached the vehicle carefully. He shone the beam into the windows, circled the car several times, then looked back toward the store, shrugging slightly. My heart sank. The officer returned to his cruiser and drove slowly over to me, stepping inside the store moments later. "Nobody inside," he said, shaking his head slightly. "The car's empty." "That's impossible," I protested. "I've been watching it the whole time it never moved. Someone was inside. They must have slipped away." The officer sighed gently. "I believe you, but there's nobody there now. I'll run the plates and see if anything comes up, but unless someone actually threatens or approaches you, there's not much more we can do." After he left, my sense of safety vanished entirely. I was on my own again, trapped in this brightly lit store, surrounded by darkness and unanswered questions. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move unnaturally. Just past 2 a.m., as fatigue began to set in, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened as I glanced down at an unknown number flashing on the screen. Hesitantly, I answered, heart pounding. "Hello?" Silence greeted me again, just like before. Then faintly, I heard breathing, slow and deliberate. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice shaking. A low chuckle crackled through the line, sending chills down my spine. Then a voice, soft, male, calm, spoke gently. "You already know who this is," the voice whispered. "We've met before, haven't we?" Panic surged through me. "Leave me alone," I snapped, voice rising with fear. "I'll call the police." "They won't help," he whispered calmly. "You know that already." "Why are you doing this?" I asked desperately, gripping the counter to steady myself. Another low laugh, quiet and mocking. "Because I can. Because no one's going to stop me. Because we're alone here." Then abruptly, the line went dead. I stood frozen, the phone slipping from my hand onto the counter. My breathing came in short, panicked gasps. He was toying with me, tormenting me. And worst of all, he was right, the police couldn't help. The rest of the shift passed in a blur of terror and paranoia. When dawn finally arrived, I was barely holding myself together. Amber arrived early, concern etched deeply into her face. "You're done here," she said firmly after hearing my story. "Quit, leave town, do whatever you have to do. Just don't come back." But leaving felt impossible. This man, whoever he was, knew me now. He had targeted me personally, deliberately. Running felt useless, yet staying felt terrifying. As I walked out into the morning sunlight, I glanced across the street, half expecting to see the car still parked there, but it was gone, vanished like a nightmare. Still, I felt eyes watching me from somewhere hidden, waiting patiently for night to fall once more. The next few days blurred together into one continuous loop of anxiety. Even during daylight hours, I felt a shadow hovering just out of sight. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, the quiet, mocking voice on the phone echoed through my head. My nerves were frayed, and every noise startled me. I'd taken Amber's advice and spoken with my manager, Carl, about quitting. He'd barely seemed to notice my distress, shrugging off my complaints as paranoia born from night shifts. "You're tired," he'd said dismissively. "Give it another week. If things don't improve, then we'll talk about it." Another week felt impossible, but I needed the paycheck. I briefly considered packing up and leaving town entirely, but something inside me resisted the idea of running. It felt unfair. Why should I abandon my life because of one man's twisted game? On my first night back at the store after those terrifying phone calls, I arrived early. Amber lingered a bit after her shift, trying to reassure me, even offering to stay later. But I didn't want to drag her into this. Whatever was happening felt personal, isolated, targeted at me specifically. After Amber reluctantly left, I locked the doors immediately and checked the locks repeatedly. I glanced nervously at the security cameras, their grainy images flickering softly on the old monitor behind the counter. Everything seemed normal, empty, quiet, but it was precisely that silence that unsettled me the most. Around midnight, the phone rang sharply, startling me out of my anxious thoughts. My pulse raced as I stared at the phone, its shrill ring piercing through the store's quiet hum. My hands trembled, but finally I picked up, holding my breath. "Hello?" I answered, my voice barely above a whisper. There was a pause on the other end, then the familiar, chilling breathing. "Stop calling me," I snapped, anger mixing with fear. "What do you want?" "You sound tired," he replied calmly, as if ignoring my question entirely. "Not sleeping well." "Leave me alone," I demanded again, trying to sound stronger than I felt. "I could," he said softly, "but where's the fun in that? It's just us here, you and me. Nobody's coming to help." "Who are you?" I asked desperately, trying to understand. "Why are you doing this?" There was a quiet, unsettling laugh on the other end. "You don't remember me, do you?" "What are you talking about?" I asked, confused and terrified. "Think hard," he said coldly. "We've crossed paths before." Before I could respond, the line went dead. My breath came in rapid, panicked gasps. His words made no sense. I had no idea who this person could be. But he clearly knew me, my name, my job, even the fact I hadn't been sleeping. I called the police again, determined not to be brushed off this time. When the officer arrived 20 minutes later, I explained everything again, including the phone calls and threats. The officer listened patiently, jotting notes but seeming unconvinced. "Listen," he said finally, "I can see you're upset, and we'll monitor this location more closely. But there's no concrete threat here, no physical evidence. It's possible someone's just harassing you. I'd suggest changing your number or taking a few days off." His casual dismissal of my fears frustrated me, but I thanked him anyway. He left, promising they'd keep an eye out, but I knew deep down I was on my own. The night wore on painfully slowly. I kept myself busy with meaningless tasks, straightening shelves, cleaning counters, anything to distract from my fear. Around 3 in the morning, exhaustion began to settle heavily over me, and my movements became sluggish. As I wiped down the counter, the sound of a car pulling into the parking lot startled me awake. My heart lurched. The car parked directly in front of the store, headlights illuminating the interior brightly. I froze, unable to move as the driver's door opened slowly. A tall man stepped out, dark jacket, jeans, short hair neatly combed. He stood still for a moment, silhouetted against the headlights, then walked calmly toward the door. Panic flooded through me as I scrambled for my phone. Before I could dial, he gently tapped on the glass, staring directly into my eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "Open the door," he said calmly, his voice muffled through the glass. "I just want to talk." I shook my head frantically, backing away from the door, my legs trembling. His smile widened slightly, unsettlingly patient. "I won't hurt you," he said softly. "Just open the door. It'll only take a moment." "I've called the police," I shouted, hoping he'd leave. He laughed quietly, as though I'd told a joke. "They won't get here in time, and even if they did, they'd never catch me." Suddenly, his expression turned serious, his eyes intense, focused. "You really don't remember, do you?" My mind raced desperately. Had I seen this man before? Had we met, spoken, crossed paths? I racked my memory, but nothing came to mind. 3 years ago," he said softly, watching my face carefully. "Think about it." My blood ran cold. 3 years ago I'd worked in another store, a gas station closer to town. Memories flooded back: a robbery attempt one night, a masked man with a knife screaming at me to open the register. I'd managed to trigger a silent alarm, and police arrived quickly. The robber fled, but they'd caught him a block away. He'd gone to prison. I'd never seen his face clearly beneath the mask. I stared at him, realization dawning painfully. "It was you?" He nodded slowly, eyes narrowing. "You sent me away. 3 years locked in a cage because of you." "You robbed me," I said, my voice trembling with anger. "You had a knife. What did you expect?" He stepped closer, pressing his palm gently against the glass. "I expected you to cooperate, to stay quiet. Instead, you ruined my life." "I did nothing wrong," I insisted weakly, panic gripping my throat. "You made your own choices." "So have you," he replied coldly, "and now I've made mine." He stepped back slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "I'll see you soon," he promised, turning calmly back to his car. I watched helplessly as he drove away, leaving me trembling and terrified. I called the police again, telling them everything. They took my statement seriously this time, promising to look into the man's background and providing a patrol officer to watch the store for the next few nights. But the damage was done. He'd succeeded his threats, his stalking, his mind games, all intended to break me down. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze of anxiety and fear, unsure what my next step should be. When Amber arrived that morning, she took one look at my pale face and hugged me tightly. "You're quitting," she said firmly, "today." I didn't argue. I couldn't handle another night trapped behind that counter, waiting for him to return. But even as I left the store for the last time, escorted by Amber, I knew it wasn't over. He was still out there, waiting, watching, planning. And deep down, I knew our paths would cross again, whether I liked it or not. Leaving the store didn't bring the relief I'd hoped for. In fact, stepping away from that nightly routine only seemed to amplify my anxiety. I'd always assumed my job was the reason he'd targeted me, that once I quit, I'd fade off his radar. But I was wrong. Now, sitting alone in my apartment each night felt infinitely worse. There were no distractions, no customers or tasks to occupy my mind, just silence, paranoia, and a gnawing fear that he'd find me again. The police promised to look into everything, but days passed without any concrete updates. I called frequently, only to be met with vague reassurances. It was clear to me that my stalker knew how to hide himself, knew how to stay just out of reach. Sleep became rare, and when I did drift off, dreams quickly twisted into nightmares, always featuring his calm, taunting voice, whispering threats I couldn't fully understand. After nearly a week of sleepless nights and restless days, I received a call from Detective Carter, who had been assigned to my case. His tone was serious as he informed me they'd identified the man from the surveillance footage at the store. His name was Thomas Reed, and he had an extensive record: armed robbery, assault, harassment. It matched perfectly with my memories of the man who'd robbed me 3 years earlier. Detective Carter explained that after serving his sentence, Thomas Reed had quietly disappeared off their radar. He'd moved around frequently, worked odd jobs, and stayed out of trouble until now. "We think he's been planning this for a while," Carter said carefully. "He seems fixated on revenge, blaming you specifically for his arrest." I swallowed hard, my throat tightening painfully. What can I do? He hesitated, sounding uncomfortable. "Stay vigilant. Don't go out alone, especially at night. If anything happens or you see anything suspicious, call us immediately." It was a warning, but it felt painfully insufficient. I thanked him anyway, hung up, and stared at the walls of my apartment, now feeling more like a prison than a home. Everything around me, the familiar furniture, photographs, and personal belongings, seemed foreign, almost sinister. They were reminders of how vulnerable I truly was. Later that evening, unable to bear the isolation, I invited Amber over. She arrived quickly, clearly sensing the urgency in my voice. Amber was the closest thing I had to family, someone I trusted implicitly, someone who'd seen firsthand the toll this ordeal had taken. We sat quietly on the couch, sipping coffee, both avoiding the topic we couldn't ignore. "I don't know how much longer I can do this," I finally admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "Every sound makes me jump. I don't feel safe anywhere." Amber placed a comforting hand on mine, her eyes full of genuine worry. "Maybe you should leave town for a while," she suggested gently. "Stay with your parents or a friend, somewhere far from here." "I've thought about it," I confessed, voice shaking slightly. "But what if he follows me? What if it doesn't matter where I go?" Amber squeezed my hand tightly. "He's one man," she said firmly. "You can't let him control your life. If leaving gives you peace of mind, even for a little while, then do it." I considered her words carefully. Running felt cowardly, yet staying felt increasingly dangerous. Finally, I nodded slowly. "I'll call my parents tomorrow. Maybe a few weeks away is exactly what I need." Amber smiled encouragingly, clearly relieved. She stayed late, keeping me company until exhaustion finally overcame me. When she left, she hugged me tightly, promising to check in first thing tomorrow morning. Alone again, I double-checked all the locks, drew the curtains tightly shut, and tried to prepare myself for sleep. As the apartment grew silent around me, my anxiety surged. Despite my exhaustion, sleep felt impossible. Hours passed as I stared at the ceiling, thoughts racing, listening to every creak and rustle outside my window. Just past midnight, my phone vibrated. I froze, heart pounding as I checked the caller ID. Unknown number. Trembling, I answered, already knowing exactly who it was. "Planning to run away again?" Thomas's voice was calm, almost conversational, yet filled with thinly veiled threat. "Leave me alone," I snapped, struggling to sound brave. "It's over." He laughed softly, chillingly. "Oh, it's far from over," he whispered. "You ruined my life. Did you really think I'd let you just walk away?" "I didn't ruin anything," I argued desperately. "You made your own choices." "Maybe," he replied smoothly, "but you sealed my fate when you called the cops. Now, it's your turn to pay." "Please," I pleaded, my voice shaking. "Just stop this. Leave me alone. I'm sorry for whatever happened. Just leave me alone." He paused, the silence stretching painfully. "No," he finally said quietly. "Sorry won't fix what you took from me. And now I'm going to take something from you." Before I could reply, the call disconnected abruptly. Panic surged through me as I jumped from bed, rushing toward the front door to triple-check the locks again. My hands shook violently as I fumbled with the deadbolt, testing it repeatedly. Minutes ticked by slowly. I stood by the door, listening intently. Nothing seemed out of place, yet fear wouldn't loosen its grip on me. My apartment, once a place of comfort, now felt impossibly unsafe. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a loud, sharp knock on the front door. I stumbled backward, heart racing uncontrollably. The knock repeated again, 3 quick, deliberate raps. Terrified, I grabbed my phone, immediately dialing 911 as I retreated toward the bedroom, locking the door behind me. As the dispatcher picked up, I quickly explained the situation, my voice frantic. "Please hurry," I begged. "He's here." She assured me help was on the way and told me to remain calm and stay hidden. But seconds later, a loud crash echoed through the apartment, the front door splintering open. Thomas was inside. My blood ran cold and I crouched down, hiding behind the bed, desperately listening for any sign of movement. His footsteps echoed softly through the living room, slow and deliberate, heading directly toward my bedroom. He knew exactly where I was. "Come out," he called softly, his voice calm and terrifyingly patient. "There's nowhere to hide now." I remained silent, biting my lip hard enough to draw blood. My breathing came in panicked gasps, my heart feeling like it would explode from my chest. He paused right outside the bedroom door. "Last chance," he said, softer now. "This doesn't have to end badly." Sirens wailed faintly in the distance, growing louder every second. Relief surged briefly before fear took hold again. Would they get here in time? Thomas seemed to hear them too, letting out a sigh of frustration. "Next time," he said simply, his voice cold. I heard him retreating quickly, his footsteps fading through the apartment and out into the hallway beyond. Moments later, police burst into my apartment, weapons drawn. They found me still hiding, shaking uncontrollably behind my bed. Thomas was long gone, vanished into the night. They promised extra protection, constant patrols, and surveillance around my building, but I knew none of that mattered now. Thomas had made his point clearly. I wasn't safe anywhere, not even in my own home. He would come again, and next time the police might not arrive in time. I sat in the middle of my wrecked apartment, feeling utterly hopeless. Running seemed pointless. Staying seemed suicidal. Thomas had stripped away every sense of safety and control, leaving only fear in his wake. And as the officers gently questioned me again, one thought consumed me entirely. He wasn't done yet, not by a long shot. The aftermath of Thomas breaking into my apartment shattered what little security I had left. The police presence intensified around my building. Every few hours a patrol car would circle the block, its lights briefly illuminating my living room window. Detective Carter insisted I move temporarily to a safer location, offering a place in a motel downtown with constant police surveillance. Reluctantly, I agreed. I packed my things quickly, stuffing essentials into an overnight bag, barely glancing at the apartment I'd once called home. It now felt cold, invaded, permanently stained by fear. As the officer escorted me to the waiting patrol car, Amber ran up to meet me, her expression filled with worry and guilt. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, gripping my hand tightly. "I wish I'd done more." "It's not your fault," I assured her weakly. "This was his doing, not yours." Amber hugged me fiercely before the officer gently guided me into the car. I watched my apartment fade into the distance, silently wondering if I'd ever feel safe again. The motel room was small, plain, and impersonal, exactly what I'd expected. For the next few days, I rarely left the room, subsisting on cheap takeout and caffeine to stay awake. Every sudden sound, every shadow moving past the window sent adrenaline surging through my veins. The phone calls had stopped, but somehow the silence was worse. It meant Thomas was out there somewhere, waiting for the right moment. By the third day, the isolation became unbearable. I needed fresh air, a moment to clear my head. With permission from Detective Carter, who assured me officers would watch closely, I stepped outside into the afternoon sunlight. It felt good to breathe fresh air, to see ordinary people going about their lives. For a few minutes, I allowed myself the illusion of normalcy. But as I walked toward the small cafe across from the motel, my phone vibrated sharply. I glanced down, dread instantly tightening my throat. It was a text message from an unknown number. "Nice day for a walk, isn't it?" My pulse spiked as I spun around, scanning the street desperately. People moved past me, oblivious. Cars drove by casually. I saw nothing suspicious, yet my skin prickled with fear. Another text quickly followed. "You're making this easy for me." I rushed back toward the motel entrance, heart hammering painfully. Detective Carter was waiting for me inside, his face grim as I showed him the messages. "He's close," I whispered, shaking uncontrollably. "We have officers nearby," Carter reassured me calmly. "He won't get close enough to hurt you, I promise." But I no longer trusted promises. Thomas had proved repeatedly how easily he could slip through their fingers, and this time I couldn't shake the feeling that the end was near. That night, sleep was impossible. I sat awake in the darkness, staring at the locked motel room door. Hours passed painfully slow, each moment more agonizing than the last. Around midnight, the quiet was shattered by a sharp knock at my door. I froze, panic gripping my chest tightly. "It's Detective Carter," came a reassuring voice from outside. "We caught him." My breath caught in my throat as relief flooded over me. Cautiously, I opened the door to see Carter standing there, his expression weary but victorious. "Thomas Reed was arrested a block from here," he explained quietly. "We found him hiding in an alley. He had your photo, your motel room number, even your schedule. He's in custody now." Tears of relief burned my eyes. "Are you sure it's really over?" "Yes," Carter said firmly. He confessed immediately. "We have more than enough to ensure he won't bother you again. You're safe now." I spent the next several days feeling numb, barely able to believe the ordeal had finally ended. The police presence gradually diminished, and eventually I returned home to my apartment. Amber helped me settle back in, trying her best to make things feel normal again. But nothing felt the same. Even with Thomas behind bars, I still sensed his presence, a lingering shadow that refused to fade completely. Weeks passed, and gradually, life returned to something resembling normalcy. I started seeing a counselor, trying to work through the trauma of the last several weeks. It helped, slowly teaching me how to cope with the lingering fear, the nightmares, and the anxiety that still tightened my chest every night. Months later, Detective Carter called again. "Thomas was sentenced today," he said solemnly. 15 years without parole." "Good," I whispered, relief flooding me again. "Thank you for everything." "Take care of yourself," he said warmly. "You've been through enough." After the call, I stood in my living room, looking around at the apartment I'd almost abandoned. Amber arrived shortly after, bringing pizza, and attempting a smile. "So, it's really over?" she asked cautiously. I nodded, finally able to say it aloud. "Yes, it's finally over." We ate together in comfortable silence, watching old movies and pretending life was normal again. By the time Amber left late that evening, I felt calmer than I had in months. Thomas was gone, locked away. It was time for me to reclaim my life. That night, I lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling, feeling safe for the first time in forever. Just as sleep finally began to claim me, my phone buzzed gently. I jumped, heart racing immediately, panic surging back into my chest. Trembling, I reached for the phone, seeing another unknown number. But as I opened the message, confusion replaced fear. It was from Thomas Reed, likely sent through someone else, one final message before his prison sentence truly began. "I'm sorry." I stared at those two words for a long time, feeling a strange mixture of relief, confusion, and sadness. Whatever had driven him to torment me had finally broken. He had accepted responsibility, even if it was too late to change anything. I deleted the message, blocking the number immediately. Thomas was finally gone from my life, not just physically but mentally too. He no longer held power over me. As the weeks became months, and eventually turned into years, my life moved forward. I changed jobs, moved into a safer neighborhood, and continued counseling. Gradually, the nightmares faded, the anxiety lessened, and normal life returned. I rarely thought of Thomas Reed, and when I did, it was without fear. He was part of my past, a painful chapter that had finally closed. But even now, years later, the lessons stayed with me: the importance of resilience, the fragility of safety, and the strength I discovered in myself. Thomas had intended to break me, but instead, he'd taught me how to survive. In the end, he had taken many things from me: my job, my sense of security, my sleep, but he'd never managed to take away my will to reclaim my life. And that, more than anything, was my victory. Snow drifted lazily from the gray sky, coating the neatly manicured lawns of Elmwood Drive in a blanket of white. The suburban neighborhood looked like a holiday card, each house adorned with twinkling lights and festive wreaths. I sat in the passenger seat of my boyfriend's old Honda, nerves fluttering in my stomach. Meeting Will's family for the first time was intimidating enough, but spending an entire holiday weekend at their house had me on edge. Will squeezed my hand gently as we pulled into the driveway, sensing my anxiety. "Relax, they're going to love you," he said, with a reassuring smile. I wanted to believe him, but I knew how these things sometimes went. Families could be complicated, especially around the holidays. The house itself was beautiful, large, and warmly lit, with icicle lights hanging gracefully from the roof's edge. Warm golden light spilled from the windows, illuminating the freshly fallen snow. It was the kind of house that felt inviting at first glance, a place filled with years of happy memories and traditions. As we stepped onto the porch, the front door swung open, and a woman who could only be Will's mother greeted us with a bright, welcoming smile. She embraced him tightly, then turned to me, her eyes kind and curious. "You must be Clara," she said warmly, pulling me into a surprisingly strong hug. "I'm Janet. We've heard so much about you." I smiled shyly, hoping I wasn't blushing too much. "Thank you for having me. Your home is lovely." Inside, the house was just as cozy as it looked from the outside. A crackling fireplace warmed the spacious living room, and the air smelled of cinnamon and freshly baked bread. Soft Christmas music played quietly from somewhere unseen. I could immediately see why Will spoke so fondly of this place. It was exactly the kind of home I'd always wished for. Janet introduced me quickly to the rest of the family. Will's father, Robert, tall and reserved but polite. His younger sister, Emily, a bubbly teenager who immediately peppered me with questions about college life. And his grandparents, who sat comfortably near the fireplace, smiling at me warmly. I relaxed slightly, comforted by how genuinely welcoming they all seemed. Dinner was ready soon after our arrival, and Janet directed us into a beautiful dining room, decorated tastefully with garland and candles. The large table was meticulously set, plates gleaming beneath the chandelier's soft glow. Everyone took their seats, chatting and laughing casually, clearly familiar with the rhythm of their family gatherings. But as I settled in next to Will, my eyes caught something odd at the far end of the table. A single place was set, complete with silverware, a full plate of food, and even a glass of water. Yet no one was sitting there. Confused, I glanced around the table, waiting for someone to address the obvious oddity. But the family continued chatting, passing dishes around, entirely ignoring the empty spot. Emily noticed my confusion and smiled awkwardly, quickly turning her attention elsewhere. I shot a questioning look at Will, but he stared determinedly at his plate, pretending he hadn't seen my confusion. Janet served me a generous portion of mashed potatoes and smiled warmly. "Eat up, dear. We don't let anyone leave hungry here." I nodded politely, my eyes involuntarily darting again to that strange, empty seat at the table. The food there was untouched but carefully plated, as though someone might arrive at any moment to claim it. Conversation resumed around me, everyone deliberately cheerful, talking about the neighborhood holiday events, the upcoming snowstorm, even joking lightly about old family memories. Yet every now and then, I caught someone's eyes flicking toward the empty chair, as though acknowledging something no one wanted to discuss. My discomfort grew, but I did my best to ignore it, keeping quiet throughout dinner. Something felt off deeply wrong in a way I couldn't quite place. Why set a place for someone who clearly wasn't there? It couldn't be a mistake. Everything about the dinner was so carefully arranged. After dinner, I helped Janet clear the dishes. As we carried plates into the kitchen, I finally mustered the courage to ask about the empty seat. "Janet," I said softly, choosing my words carefully, "I noticed the extra place at the table tonight. Are you expecting someone else?" Janet's hands froze mid-action, holding a dish in mid-air. Her expression tightened briefly, just enough to reveal that I'd touched on something sensitive. She forced a small, strained smile. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Just an old family tradition. We keep an extra place at the table during holidays. Don't let it worry you." Her tone clearly indicated the conversation was over, and I didn't press further. But something about her reaction unsettled me deeply. There was sadness in her eyes, hidden behind that practiced smile, something more than a simple holiday custom. Later, After everyone else had retreated to the living room, I lingered in the kitchen, helping with dishes. As I placed a stack of clean plates back into the cabinet, something caught my eye. It was a child's drawing, stuck haphazardly to the fridge with a faded magnet. Curious, I stepped closer. It was crudely drawn, the thick crayon strokes unmistakably childlike. 3 figures stood hand in hand, a woman, a smaller figure labeled me, and another girl drawn faintly, standing apart from them. At the bottom, scrawled in a child's handwriting, was written, "Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22. My breath caught in my throat. December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I stared at the picture, my heart suddenly racing, unease washing over me again in icy waves. I glanced nervously around, making sure no one was watching, then quietly placed the drawing back exactly as I'd found it. That night, once everyone was asleep, I finally asked Will about it. We sat together on the edge of the guest room bed, speaking in hushed tones. His reaction was tense, wary, like I'd asked something forbidden. "We don't talk about her," he whispered, eyes guarded. "Who?" I asked softly. "A relative?" He hesitated, his jaw tightening before he finally replied. "Just leave it alone, Clara. Please, it's better if you don't ask." But I knew in my gut I couldn't leave it alone. Something wasn't right. The empty place at the table, the strange drawing, the heavy silence. Will's family was hiding something, and suddenly I wasn't sure I wanted to know what it was. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay wide awake beside Will, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the old house settling. My mind replayed every unsettling detail from dinner, the empty seat, Janet's strained smile, and that eerie child's drawing pinned to the fridge. Finally, exhaustion overtook my restless mind, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. But even then, my dreams were jagged, haunted by shadows I couldn't quite catch, whispers I couldn't quite hear. At one point, I jolted awake suddenly, heart racing, convinced someone had been standing near the bed watching me. But the room was empty, filled only with pale moonlight filtering gently through lace curtains. I glanced over at Will. He slept peacefully, breathing slow and even. I envied him in that moment, how easily he seemed to accept the strangeness of his family's world. I carefully slipped out of bed, pulling on a sweater, shivering slightly as my bare feet met the cold wooden floor. Maybe a glass of water would help calm my nerves. The hallway was dark, dimly lit by a faint yellow glow coming from a nightlight near the staircase. I moved carefully, trying not to wake anyone, feeling oddly like an intruder in this quiet, perfect house. Downstairs, the kitchen was bathed in soft moonlight, making everything seem gentle and harmless. I poured a glass of water and leaned against the counter, letting the cool liquid soothe my tight throat. But as I stood there, eyes drifting aimlessly, something tugged insistently at my attention. The fridge, that drawing again, its colorful scribbles partially illuminated by moonlight. I moved closer, inspecting it again. The words were still there, clearly written in a child's shaky handwriting. Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I couldn't let it go. I knew I should go back to bed, forget about it, respect Will's quiet plea to leave things alone. but something deep inside pushed me onward. I needed answers. Carefully, I turned away from the fridge and walked slowly toward the hallway that connected to a small side door, one I'd noticed earlier when Janet had shown me around. She'd skipped past it quickly, mentioning briefly it led to the basement. At the time, I hadn't thought anything of it, but now, it seemed like something worth investigating. The basement door was slightly ajar. My heartbeat quickened as I pushed it open fully, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into complete darkness. A faint chill drifted upward, carrying with it the musty scent of old wood and forgotten places. I hesitated, glancing back nervously toward the empty kitchen, listening carefully for any signs of movement upstairs. When nothing stirred, I reached for the switch beside the doorway, flicking it softly. A single bulb flickered to life at the bottom of the stairs, casting weak yellow light over a concrete floor. I took a slow, unsteady breath, stepped forward, and descended carefully, each stair creaking faintly beneath my weight. At the bottom, my eyes adjusted quickly to the dimness. The basement was large, cluttered with old furniture, dusty boxes, and forgotten toys scattered across the floor. I shivered, wrapping my sweater tightly around me. Something about this room felt deeply unsettling, though I couldn't quite pinpoint why. It felt frozen in time, abandoned yet still filled with echoes of life. As I moved cautiously deeper into the room, my eyes landed on something partially hidden behind a stack of cardboard boxes. A small, worn door built into the far wall, barely noticeable, painted the same dull shade of white as the surrounding walls. My stomach clenched with inexplicable dread, but curiosity won out. I had to know what lay behind it. The small handle turned easily beneath my shaking fingers, and the door opened with a soft, protesting groan. Inside was a narrow space, little more than a cramped storage area, but immediately I realized it wasn't empty. On the floor were blankets, scattered toys, and small plates, some still holding crumbs. It was clearly a place someone had spent time recently, someone small. My pulse quickened, blood rushing loudly in my ears. I knelt slowly, touching one of the blankets. It was warm, as if someone had just been wrapped in it moments ago. Panic swelled inside me. Was someone still living down here, hidden from sight? My mind flashed back to the drawing, the strange empty place at the table, the tense silence whenever I mentioned it. My breath caught painfully in my throat. What had I stumbled into? Then my eyes caught sight of something else, a small camera, discreetly tucked into the corner, barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. My heart skipped. It was positioned perfectly to monitor the space, aimed precisely at the pile of blankets and toys. Someone was watching this room. Someone knew exactly who lived here, knew exactly when they came and went. With trembling hands, I followed the tiny cable attached to the camera, tracing it along the wall until it disappeared into a hidden hole in the corner of the ceiling. If the camera was here, the footage had to be stored somewhere nearby, maybe on a computer upstairs, maybe elsewhere. Either way, someone in this house was closely monitoring whoever or whatever was staying in this hidden place. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the heavy silence, a faint creaking, somewhere above me, perhaps footsteps upstairs. My breath froze in my lungs. Someone was awake, moving around the house. I knew instantly I couldn't be found here. Quickly, I closed the small hidden door, making sure it was exactly as I'd found it, and hurried back across the basement toward the stairs. My heart hammered with each step I climbed, eyes darting nervously upward toward the open doorway above. As I reached the top, I paused, listening carefully. Silence again. Maybe I'd imagined the noise, or maybe whoever had been moving was back in their room. Either way, I didn't risk lingering. I flipped off the basement light and moved swiftly through the kitchen, up the stairs, back down the hall toward the guest room. Will was still fast asleep, breathing deeply, completely unaware of my late-night exploration. I slipped quietly back into bed beside him, heart still racing, mind reeling. I'd found something terrifying hidden in the heart of Will's seemingly perfect family home, a secret room, a hidden camera, and evidence that someone else lived silently, secretly, in the basement. And worse still, I was certain Will's family already knew. Janet stood in front of me, her eyes steady but cautious, the tension in the air between us so thick it felt suffocating. Her forced smile trembled slightly at the edges, and I could tell she knew exactly what I'd been doing, exactly what I'd heard at the basement door. But neither of us spoke for a long moment, letting the silence stretch into something uncomfortable and heavy. "Clara," she finally said, her voice careful, controlled. "I thought Will mentioned that we keep the basement off limits. It's dangerous down there, old wiring, rusty nails, things you could hurt yourself on." I nodded slowly, my heart still racing, but I forced my expression into one of naive acceptance. "I'm sorry. I just got curious. Old houses, you know." She softened slightly, her posture easing, though suspicion lingered behind her eyes. "I know. But please, next time, ask first. We don't want you getting hurt." With that, she turned back toward the kitchen, leaving me standing alone in the hallway, my pulse still thrumming. I glanced back at the basement door one last time. Whatever or whoever was down there clearly needed help. Yet, confronting Janet now would only deepen her suspicions. I had to be smarter about this. Will reappeared soon after, looking anxious. "Are you all right? What did my mom say?" "Not much," I whispered back. "Just a gentle warning about the basement. She acted like she was worried about me getting hurt." Will's expression clouded, his eyes darting nervously toward the kitchen. "That's good. Just be careful. They're already watching you closely, Clara. My parents don't like when people start asking too many questions." I stared at him, feeling a fresh pang of doubt. Then what should we do? Someone was tapping at the basement door. It wasn't random noise, Will. It was intentional. "Someone's down there." He hesitated, clearly conflicted. "I believe you, but let's wait until tonight. After everyone's asleep again, we'll check together. If someone's in there, we'll deal with it then." I reluctantly agreed, knowing I couldn't handle this alone. For the rest of the day, we moved through the house pretending normalcy. We helped decorate the living room tree, wrapped last-minute presents, and tried to laugh along with Emily's jokes. Every smile felt forced, every laugh hollow. The cheerful facade was becoming nearly impossible to maintain. At dinner, the empty place at the table remained hauntingly untouched, carefully arranged with a full meal and silverware. This time, though, everyone's eyes flicked toward it nervously, as if sensing my lingering suspicion. No one mentioned it. but the air grew strained. Janet spoke brightly, too brightly, about plans for Christmas morning, her eyes darting to me repeatedly, watching for reactions. That night felt endless. I lay awake, watching shadows flicker on the ceiling, waiting for the house to settle into quiet. Eventually, silence fell, and Will sat up carefully, motioning to me to follow. My nerves twisted as we crept from the bedroom down the hall and quietly descended the stairs to the basement door. Will paused, listening carefully, then opened the door slowly. The stairwell was dark and empty. As we descended, each step creaked softly beneath our feet. At the bottom, we stood motionless, letting our eyes adjust to the dimness. "Show me," Will whispered finally, his voice tight with anxiety. I led him across the basement, past boxes and dusty furniture, until we reached the hidden door. It was closed exactly as I'd left it, almost invisible in the low light. Will stared at it, visibly shaken, as if he couldn't believe this hidden space had existed in his home without his knowledge. With a trembling hand, he opened the door slowly, revealing the same tiny room I'd seen before: blankets, toys scattered haphazardly, and plates of half-eaten food. He stepped inside cautiously, picking up a small stuffed bear from the floor, eyes filled with disbelief. "How is this possible?" he whispered, clearly disturbed. "I had no idea this was here. Clara, you have to believe me. I swear, I never knew." "I do," I said gently, touching his shoulder. "But someone's been living here, someone small. Maybe it's Maddie, Will. Maybe she never left. Maybe they hid her." He shook his head slowly, overwhelmed. "Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense." I moved to the corner, pointing toward the tiny hidden camera still fixed to the wall. "They're watching whoever it is, Will. They're aware of it. They're feeding this person. They must know exactly who's in here." Will's face went pale, realization dawning sharply. "We have a security setup. My dad has cameras installed around the house, connected to a monitor in his office. That's how he keeps an eye on things when we're away." "Then that footage must be upstairs," I said urgently. "We need to see it. We have to know who's down here." He nodded, determination replacing his shock. "Follow me." We hurried back up the stairs and through the house to Robert's home office. Will switched on the small lamp beside the desk, casting a dim, cautious glow over the room. The computer sat silently on the desk, surrounded by neatly organized papers. He moved quickly, turning on the monitor, fingers trembling slightly as he navigated the desktop. After a few tense moments, a security application opened, showing multiple camera feeds around the house front door, driveway, backyard. My heart jumped as he selected the basement camera. The footage appeared, grainy and dim, showing the hidden room clearly. We skimmed backward through recordings, our breathing tense, until something moved. "There," I whispered urgently. Will stopped the footage, leaning closer. A small, shadowy figure appeared on screen, sitting in the corner, clutching a blanket tightly. It was unmistakably a young girl, maybe 8 or 9, her face obscured by tangled hair. She rocked slowly, silently, surrounded by stuffed animals. "Oh my God," Will whispered hoarsely. Could it be her, Maddie?" My chest tightened painfully. It has to be. We stared in silent horror as the footage continued, watching Maddie move quietly around the room, occasionally looking toward the camera as if aware she was being watched. Suddenly she stood quickly, startled, backing into a corner as a figure entered the frame. Janet. Will gasped quietly, his eyes wide with disbelief. We watched silently as Janet approached Maddie, placing a plate of food on the ground. Maddie shrank away fearfully, not speaking, not moving until Janet left the room again, locking the door behind her. Will leaned back slowly, his face ashen. They've kept her hidden down there for years. I nodded slowly, dread flooding through me. They never let her go. They never told anyone. Will buried his face in his hands, voice shaking. What are we supposed to do now? Before I could answer, footsteps sounded behind us. We turned sharply to see Robert standing in the doorway, his face dark, eyes cold and dangerous. You shouldn't have done that, he said softly, stepping slowly into the room, blocking our exit. Robert stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the dim hallway light behind him. The quiet menace in his posture chilled me to the bone, and the expression on his face was one I had never seen: calm, cold, utterly controlled anger. He stepped forward slowly, filling the doorway, and folded his arms. It was clear he'd seen exactly what we were looking at on the computer screen. Will, Robert said quietly, his voice a heavy mixture of disappointment and warning, I thought you knew better. We raised you to respect our privacy, our rules. Will stood slowly, facing his father, his expression wavering between fear and betrayal. Dad, please, you have to explain this. You have a child locked in our basement. Maddie, you've kept her hidden for years. Robert didn't flinch, didn't look away. You're misunderstanding the situation, son. Maddie is safe here, protected. Will shook his head sharply, clearly horrified. Protected? You mean trapped, hidden? This isn't protection, Dad. It's cruelty. Why would you ever do this? I remained frozen beside Will, barely breathing, hoping Robert would continue talking. If we were going to get out of this, we needed him distracted. Robert's eyes moved slowly to mine, hardening further. Clara, I'm sorry you had to become involved in this. You were never meant to know. I swallowed hard, forcing my voice steady, despite the fear clawing at my chest. But I do know, and we can't pretend otherwise. You've been keeping her prisoner, your family fostered her, then lied when she went missing. This isn't normal, Robert. Robert sighed, glancing briefly at the floor before meeting my eyes again. It's not what you think. Maddie came to us already broken, traumatized from experiences you can't even imagine. We took her in, tried to help her, but she was troubled, dangerous. She'd hurt herself, hurt others. She didn't respond to treatment or therapy. After a while, there was nowhere else to send her. I shook my head in disbelief. So your solution was to lock her away, pretend she vanished. He held my gaze firmly. Our solution was to protect her and others from harm. We made sacrifices to keep her safe, to keep her away from prying eyes and judgment. Safe? Will's voice cracked, strained with disbelief and horror. She's down there alone, scared, living like an animal. Robert's expression softened slightly, showing a flash of genuine sadness. We tried everything else, therapy, medication, specialists, but nothing worked. Maddie wasn't meant for the world outside these walls. Downstairs, she's cared for, fed, monitored. Janet takes care of her every need. She's your prisoner, Will whispered, stepping closer, eyes blazing with anger and pain. No matter how you justify it, it's wrong. Robert shook his head slowly, his voice quiet yet forceful. Sometimes the right thing doesn't look the way you expect. If Maddie were out there, she'd be institutionalized, abandoned by everyone. At least here, she has a home, stability, a family. Will's fists clenched, his entire body shaking with rage. This isn't family, it's imprisonment. You taught us to be honest, decent. But all this time, you were lying, hiding a child in our basement, pretending everything was normal. What else have you lied about? Robert's jaw tightened sharply, eyes flashing dangerously. Be careful, son. You have no idea how difficult this has been for your mother, for me. The sacrifices we've made. Sacrifices? Will said bitterly, voice trembling. Like sacrificing our integrity? Our humanity? I can't believe I ever trusted you. Robert took another step forward, voice hardening once more. That's enough. I understand your shock, but you'll see it differently once you've calmed down. Clara, you're going to stay here for now. We'll discuss how to handle this later. I shook my head sharply, panic flooding through me again. You can't keep me here. People know where I am. My family, friends, they'll notice if I don't return. Robert's gaze softened, though only slightly. You misunderstand. No one is harming you, Clara. But we need you to stay until we sort this out. You need to understand how important secrecy is. Everything we've done is to protect our family, Maddie included. Dad, please, Will whispered desperately, clearly sensing the threat behind Robert's words. Let Clara leave. She won't tell anyone, I promise. Robert's eyes never left mine, carefully weighing my reaction. She knows too much, Will. She's seen things no one outside the family has ever seen. Will moved protectively between us, shielding me. Then we'll leave together. Clara and I will both go. You won't have to worry about either of us again. Robert's jaw tightened even more, the silence stretching between us painfully. Finally, he sighed deeply, the tension easing just slightly. I'm sorry, son, but I can't let either of you leave. Not yet. You'll stay here until I'm certain you understand the consequences. He stepped closer, hand raised slightly as if to calm us. Go back to your room, rest, give yourself time to think clearly. Tomorrow, we'll discuss this rationale as a family. He moved aside slightly, motioning toward the hallway, a quiet but firm gesture that made it clear refusal wasn't an option. I exchanged a desperate glance with Will, who squeezed my hand tightly. There was no choice, not right now. We moved past Robert slowly, my heart racing, eyes fixed firmly on the floor as we passed him, feeling his stare follow us out of the office. Once we were back upstairs, Will shut the bedroom door, leaning against it heavily. His breathing was ragged, eyes haunted. He met my gaze with raw pain. I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea. I took his hand, squeezing it gently. It's not your fault, Will, but we have to find a way out of here. They're not going to let us leave willingly. He nodded slowly, his eyes suddenly determined again. I know. Tonight, when they're asleep, we'll go straight to the police. We'll show them the footage. They'll have to believe us. I hesitated, dread churning in my stomach. Will they? Your parents are respected here. They might dismiss us as crazy, especially if your family denies everything." He shook his head firmly. "The footage doesn't lie. We have proof. We just need to get out of here with it." We waited silently for hours, listening for any signs of movement in the house. When it finally fell silent, we cautiously slipped from the bedroom once more, moving quickly toward the office. But this time, we froze at the bottom of the stairs, our hearts stopping. The office door stood open, light pouring out into the dark hallway. Robert sat at his desk, waiting, the footage already playing silently behind him. He raised his eyes slowly, meeting ours without surprise. "I had hoped you wouldn't try this," he said quietly, voice filled with genuine regret. "Now we'll have to do this the hard way." Before we could react, footsteps approached rapidly from behind. We turned sharply just as Janet stepped forward, a needle in her hand, eyes wide and sorrowful. "I'm sorry," she whispered softly, stepping toward us, "but it's for your own good." My heart stopped as Janet moved swiftly toward us, the needle glinting ominously under the dim hallway light. Before either of us could react, Robert was already on his feet, stepping out from behind the desk, his face stern and controlled. "Don't fight this," Janet pleaded quietly, her voice shaking slightly as she approached Will. "Please, Will. Honey, it won't hurt. It'll just help you sleep. When you wake up, everything will make sense again." Will backed away instinctively, eyes wide with disbelief and betrayal. "Mom, no. Please don't do this." But she stepped forward resolutely, determination replacing the sorrow in her gaze. "You left us no choice. We tried to do this gently. We tried to protect you from the truth for your own sake, but you kept pushing." Her eyes flashed to mine, full of regret and frustration. "And now you've dragged Clara into it. We can't risk everything we've worked so hard to protect." Before I could move or scream, Robert stepped behind me, gripping my arms firmly, holding me in place. I struggled violently, but his grasp was iron tight, unyielding. I watched helplessly as Janet quickly took hold of Will's arm, pressing the needle expertly into his shoulder. He flinched, gasping softly in pain, his eyes locking onto mine for a final panicked second. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice thick with despair, before his eyelids fluttered closed, and he collapsed limply into Janet's waiting arms. My heart shattered, tears spilling helplessly down my cheeks. "What did you do to him?" I cried, trying desperately to wrench free from Robert's grip. "You can't do this." Janet turned her gaze back to me, remorseful but resolute. "He'll be fine, Clara. He'll sleep for a few hours. When he wakes up, we'll explain everything again. He'll understand why we've had to do these things, why Maddie has to stay hidden." I stared at her in horror, unable to believe what I was hearing. "Understand? You've imprisoned a child. Now you've drugged your own son. You're out of your minds." Janet flinched visibly, hurt flickering through her eyes. But Robert's grip only tightened, his voice stern beside my ear. "We didn't want this, Clara. You forced our hand. If you'd stayed out of things, none of this would have happened." "Stayed out of things," I snapped, anger temporarily overpowering my fear. "You mean ignored the little girl trapped in your basement? Pretended your lies were okay?" Janet gently laid Will onto the sofa in the office, brushing his hair from his forehead with a motherly tenderness, that seemed disturbingly at odds with her actions. She straightened, turning back toward me slowly, expression carefully blank. Maddie wasn't the first, she admitted quietly, eyes holding mine steadily. This family has been caring for troubled children for years. We took them in when no one else would. Maddie was special but complicated. She couldn't handle the outside world, Clara. She was dangerous to herself, to others. So your solution was locking her away forever? My voice trembled, disgust dripping from every word. Robert answered for her, his tone firm and defensive. You don't understand. Maddie wasn't just troubled. She was violent, unpredictable. She hurt herself, attacked other kids at school. We tried therapy, medication, specialists. Nothing worked. Janet stepped closer, imploring me to see reason in her twisted logic. We saved her from institutions, foster homes where she'd be mistreated or forgotten. Downstairs, Maddie has a home, food, warmth, family. She's safe, and the world is safe from her. My stomach churned violently. You're justifying imprisonment. You drugged your son. You're manipulating everyone around you. Robert sighed heavily, frustration evident. We never wanted Will to know. We never wanted him involved. He was supposed to stay unaware, protected. You complicated that. Now we have to decide what to do with you. My blood ran cold. Do with me. Janet's expression shifted to pity, mingled with sadness. You know too much, Clara. You can't leave, not now. If you tell anyone, our entire family will be destroyed. Maddie would be institutionalized. Everything we've built, everything we've sacrificed, will have been for nothing. I struggled again, desperate panic flooding my veins. People will come looking for me. You can't hide me here. Someone will notice I'm gone. Robert shook his head grimly. We'll make it believable. Your family and friends will think you simply chose to stay here longer. We'll keep your phone active, reply to texts for you. Eventually, we'll make it look like you moved away, started fresh somewhere else. Tears blurred my vision, despair washing over me. They had planned this thoroughly, coldly. Janet reached gently toward my face, wiping a tear softly from my cheek. Please, Clara. Make this easy for yourself. For Will, cooperate with us. We'll make sure you're comfortable, safe. In time, you'll understand. My voice cracked, quiet with defeat. I'll never understand. You're monsters. Robert sighed heavily, guiding me toward the hallway again. I hoped you'd see reason. Unfortunately, it seems we'll need to keep you restrained for now. Panic surged anew as he led me down the hall toward another small room, this one on the first floor, a rarely used guest room. He ushered me inside gently but firmly, shutting the door behind him. Before I could react, I heard the lock click firmly into place. The room was comfortable but sparse. A single bed, a small desk, a window with heavy curtains. I ran to the window immediately, trying desperately to open it, but it had been sealed shut. My heart sank as reality crashed heavily around me. I was trapped. Hours dragged on, marked only by my growing panic. I paced the small room, thoughts racing. Was Will okay? Was Maddie? Did anyone outside suspect the truth about this twisted family? Eventually, the door unlocked softly. Janet entered, carrying a tray of food and water. She placed it carefully on the small desk. eyes gentle but wary. "Clara," she began softly, hesitating as if choosing her words carefully. "I know this is difficult, frightening, but fighting won't help. Please eat something. Rest." "Where's Will?" I demanded sharply. She sighed, sitting slowly on the edge of the bed. "Sleeping. He's safe. When he wakes, we'll talk again, explain everything clearly. He'll understand eventually, just as you will." I shook my head bitterly. "I won't. I'll never accept this." Her eyes softened sadly. "I didn't either at first. But family is complicated, Clara. We do things we never imagined to protect the people we love. Eventually, even the darkest choices become easier." She stood slowly, moving toward the door again, pausing just before leaving. "Please, think about it. The sooner you cooperate, the sooner you'll have a life here. Refuse, and we'll do what's necessary." The door locked again, leaving me alone with the echo of her words and the crushing weight of my reality. I sank slowly onto the bed, heart heavy, mind racing. I knew beyond doubt that my only hope of survival lay in escaping, but how when every door was locked, every window sealed? Yet, deep down, beneath despair and fear, something stronger stirred determination. They couldn't break me. I wouldn't let them. One way or another, I would find a way out. I barely slept that night. My thoughts raced relentlessly, torn between fear, desperation, and a determination I couldn't quite explain. Every sound in the house, every creak of the floors, whisper of voices through the walls, set my pulse racing. The small guest room had become a cell, a beautifully furnished cage that offered no comfort, only isolation. I stared blankly at the sealed window, knowing I had to find another way out. Just after dawn, the door opened again. This time it was Janet, looking weary, her gentle face etched deeply with exhaustion and worry. In her hands was a tray of breakfast food toast, fruit, a steaming mug of coffee. It smelled inviting, but the sight of her filled me only with dread. "How are you feeling?" she asked softly, setting the tray down beside me. "How do you think?" I responded bitterly, glaring at her. "I'm locked in a room. You've kidnapped your own son. You've kept a child prisoner. None of this is okay." She sighed deeply, sitting across from me on the edge of the bed. "I know how it looks, but Clara, everything we've done—" "Stop," I interrupted sharply. "No more explanations. You can't justify this." She stared at me, her eyes glistening slightly with tears. "Maybe not, but we did it to protect our family. When Maddie came to us, we loved her, but she couldn't be part of the world outside. Every attempt to help her ended badly. We made terrible choices, yes, but always for her sake. And now, for yours and Will's too." I shook my head, refusing to listen. "You drugged your son. You imprisoned an innocent child. Don't pretend this was ever about protecting anyone but yourselves." Janet stood quietly, clearly shaken by my words. She looked away, unable to meet my eyes any longer. "I'm sorry it had to come to this, Clara, but if you refuse to see reason, there's nothing more we can do." As she turned to leave, I called out desperately, "Please, at least let me see Will. Let me know he's okay." She hesitated, then slowly nodded. "All right, but only for a few minutes." Moments later, Will entered the room. He looked exhausted, disheveled, his eyes haunted with guilt and confusion. Janet stayed outside the door, leaving it slightly ajar, listening to every word we said. "Are you okay?" I asked gently, my voice shaking. Will sat beside me, his hands trembling. "I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea they would do this. I don't even know who they are anymore." "It's not your fault," I assured him quietly, taking his hand. "But we need a plan. We can't stay here. They're desperate, Will. Who knows what they'll do next?" He nodded slowly, squeezing my hand reassuringly. "I know. Last night, when they thought I was unconscious, I overheard them talking. They said they needed to move Meta, take her somewhere else, away from here, because of us. We don't have much time." I glanced quickly at the open door, then leaned closer. "If they're moving her, we have one chance. They'll be distracted. We have to get out and get help." Will agreed, determination sparking again in his eyes. "Tonight, we'll make our move then. Be ready." As promised, the opportunity came just after midnight. Through the wall we heard faint noises, footsteps, whispers, and the basement door opening. My heart pounded. It was now or never. Moments later, Will quietly unlocked my door with a key he'd stolen from his father's desk earlier that day. We moved silently into the hallway, listening carefully. "They're downstairs," he whispered urgently. "Maddie's room is empty. They're loading her into the car. Let's go." Hand in hand, we crept through the dark house, every step tense, every shadow feeling like a threat. At the front door we hesitated, breathless with fear. This was it, the moment we escaped, or were caught again. I turned the handle slowly, wincing as the door creaked slightly. Outside, the cold night air greeted us sharply. But just as freedom seemed within reach, headlights snapped on, blinding us. Robert stood beside the car in the driveway, Janet holding Maddie tightly by her side. Maddie was pale, small, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Janet's face was tear-streaked, pleading silently for us to understand. Robert's expression was cold, resigned. "You can't run from this," Robert warned sternly, stepping forward. "This ends now." But before either of us could respond, flashing red and blue lights filled the street. Police cars pulled quickly into the driveway, officers emerging swiftly. Janet cried out, panicked. Robert looked momentarily stunned, his composure finally breaking. "Put your hands up," an officer commanded sharply. "Step away from the girl." Relief flooded through me as we stepped toward the officers. Robert and Janet hesitated, frozen by shock and disbelief. As the police approached, one officer took Maddie gently into his arms, soothing her quietly. Janet broke down, sobbing quietly as handcuffs were placed around her wrists. As the chaos settled, an officer explained. Earlier, after Will had woken from the sedative, he'd managed to sneak a message from his father's phone to the local police, sending them a brief but urgent plea for help. They'd arrived just in time to witness our attempted escape, confirming the disturbing story we had to tell. The next several weeks passed in a blur of police interviews, statements, and news coverage. Will's parents faced charges: kidnapping, imprisonment, endangering a child. Maddie was moved to a specialized care facility, receiving proper help and support for the first time in years. Will was shattered emotionally, but resolved to rebuild his life on his own terms. Finally, The day came when we left that town behind, the place that had nearly broken us both. As we drove away, Will reached over, taking my hand gently. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice rough with emotion. "You saved me, Clara. Saved Maddie, too. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." I squeezed his hand tightly, looking out at the open road ahead of us. Freedom finally ours again. "You don't have to repay me. We survived together. That's enough." In the months that followed, life slowly returned to normal, or as normal as it could be. Maddie gradually recovered, learning to trust again in the safety of her new home. Will and I continued to heal, supporting each other every step of the way. Yet, despite everything, sometimes at night, when the house was quiet and shadows played tricks on the walls, memories lingered. Memories of that hidden room, the secrets and lies that nearly destroyed us all. But with each passing day, those shadows faded a little more, and eventually, all that remained was the strength we found within ourselves, the courage to face darkness head on, the resilience to move forward, and the promise of brighter days ahead. We'd escaped, we'd survived, and at last we were free. I didn't even want that extra shift tonight. When my manager asked me, I almost said no, but then I remembered rent was due soon, and I didn't have much choice. Still, clocking out past midnight at a rundown diner off Route 27 wasn't exactly my idea of a good time. As I walked across the parking lot to my old Nissan, I felt the usual unease that came from being out late alone. It wasn't paranoia exactly, just an awareness that I was vulnerable. I'd been working at Stella's diner for almost 3 months, and nothing bad had happened yet. But there was always that first time, wasn't there? I glanced around the parking lot, empty as usual. A faint buzz from the neon sign overhead, moths dancing around its dim glow, quiet enough to make you nervous. Sliding into the driver's seat, I locked the doors quickly, force of habit. The engine sputtered a bit, like always, before finally humming to life. I turned onto the main road, heading towards the stretch of rural highway that separated town from the small apartment complex I'd moved into a few months back. Driving home had always made me anxious. There were long stretches with no lights, nothing but trees and fields on either side. Tonight, though, I was more tired than scared. I turned the radio on low, hoping the music would calm my nerves. About 10 minutes into the drive, I saw a pair of headlights appear behind me. At first, I didn't pay much attention. Cars passed through here occasionally, even late at night. But after a couple miles, I realized the lights hadn't moved back or forward, just stayed there, pacing me. They were dimmed slightly, and the car, whatever it was, had no front license plate. My heart picked up speed a little. I tried to shake it off. It was probably nothing, just another driver headed the same direction. But each minute that passed made that explanation less believable. After a while, my fingers tightened on the wheel. The car still hovered behind me, close enough to make it uncomfortable, but far enough away to keep its details hidden. I accelerated gently, hoping they'd either fall behind or decide to pass. They sped up too, maintaining exactly the same distance. "All right," I whispered nervously. "Let's see how far you're willing to go." Up ahead, I knew there was a gas station off the next exit, small, brightly lit, comforting. I took the turn slowly, watching the mirror carefully. The car didn't follow me off the exit, but as I pulled into the station and parked near the pumps, I could see it clearly. Just waiting on the shoulder, about half a mile down the road, its headlights dimmed even further now. It was a dark sedan, impossible to identify in the shadows. My mouth went dry. They weren't even trying to hide. Inside the gas station, the clerk barely glanced up from his magazine. A teenage kid, face bored and tired. "Can I help you?" he mumbled, flipping the page. "No, just, bathroom?" "Back corner," he nodded, not bothering to look at me. I walked to the bathroom, pulse still thumping. I splashed cold water onto my face, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just some kids messing around. I called my sister twice, but each call went straight to voicemail. She was probably asleep. I took a deep breath and stepped back into the store. "Everything all right?" the kid asked. This time he looked at me closely, his gaze lingering a second too long. "Yeah, just tired." My voice came out shakier than I intended. Back outside, the car was still there, watching. I felt anger mix with the fear. Who did they think they were, doing this? Determined, I got back into my Nissan and headed in the opposite direction, deciding to loop back around town. I knew the back roads well enough to confuse them. But as I navigated the winding, narrow lanes, my stomach sank. A familiar set of dim headlights appeared behind me once again. Impossible, but unmistakable. They'd found me easily. I gripped the wheel harder, knuckles white, trying not to panic. This wasn't random. Someone wanted something. I'd heard horror stories about situations like this, warnings whispered at work, but I never thought it would actually happen to me. Think. I had to think. Up ahead was the local police station, small but staffed around the clock. They'd help. They had to. The sight of the old brick building with a police cruiser parked out front flooded me with relief. I pulled into the lot quickly and practically ran inside, glancing back one last time. The mysterious car passed slowly, never pausing. I exhaled shakily, feeling the fear finally begin to drain away. I'd made it. Inside the small station, fluorescent lights flickered softly overhead. An officer sat at the front desk, sipping from a mug, staring at a computer monitor. He glanced up when he heard the door. "Late night?" He offered a half smile, his eyes tired but friendly enough. "I think someone was following me," I stammered, words tumbling out in a rush. "They followed me all the way here." He leaned forward, expression suddenly more alert. "Really? Can you describe the car?" It was a dark sedan, no plates, dim headlights. They followed me from the diner I work at Stella's on 27. His expression shifted slightly, a flicker of recognition crossing his eyes before it vanished. "Stella's, huh? You new in town?" I hesitated, caught off guard by his casual tone. Yeah. Moved here a few months ago. Is that important?" He shrugged lightly, glancing briefly out the window towards the road. "Just curious. People notice strangers around here. Not much happens, so when something does, everyone knows." I nodded slowly, unease creeping back into my chest. He seemed distracted, glancing outside repeatedly, as if waiting for something or someone. "I'm going to use the restroom real quick, okay?" I asked, my voice thin. He nodded, still watching me carefully. "Sure, back on the left." Once inside, I locked the door immediately. My heart racing again, I dialed my sister one last time, hoping desperately she'd pick up. Just as her voicemail began, the bathroom door swung open sharply, the lock useless. The officer stood there, calm but unsmiling, blocking the doorway. "They said you might stop here," he said quietly. And suddenly, I knew with chilling certainty that this night was far from over. My heart hammered against my ribs as the phone slipped through my fingers and crashed to the tiled floor. It cracked loudly, the screen shattering into a spiderweb of broken glass. The officer's eyes flicked downward at the noise, then back up to meet mine. He still wore the calm, unreadable expression from moments before, but something in his stare now made me feel exposed, cornered. "They've been watching you since you moved here," he said quietly. He didn't step forward or threaten me openly. He didn't have to. His presence alone was enough to paralyze me. "You've been here a few months, but you keep to yourself. No friends in town, no connections. People around here notice that." I took a shaky breath, willing my voice not to tremble. "Who are they, and what do you want with me?" He leaned casually against the doorframe, his arms folded across his chest. It was the kind of easy posture someone might adopt while chatting with a friend about the weather knot confronting a frightened woman trapped in a bathroom. That casualness terrified me more than outright aggression would have. "You see, this town isn't like other places. People here take care of each other. We notice strangers, especially ones who don't fit." He tilted his head slightly, studying me as though I was a puzzle he was struggling to solve. "You're a stranger." "I don't understand," I whispered, barely able to push the words out past the tightness in my throat. "I've never bothered anyone. I work, I go home, that's all I do." "That's exactly the problem," he replied evenly. "You never made an effort to belong. You're still an outsider, and people here, they like to know who's passing through, who's staying, who's safe." I glanced desperately around the tiny bathroom, looking for any possible escape route, but there was nothing. A small window sat high on the wall, too narrow and far too high up to offer any real hope. My only way out was through him. He must have seen the panic rise in my eyes because he sighed softly, shaking his head as if disappointed. "Look, if you cooperate, things will be easier. They asked me to make sure you stayed here until they came back. Just answer a few questions, that's all." "Questions?" My voice sounded distant, hollow to my own ears. "What kind of questions?" "Simple ones." He gestured toward the sink. "Like, why are you here? Where'd you come from? What are you running from? People don't come to towns like ours without a reason." "I'm not running from anything," I insisted weakly, but even as the words came out, they felt untrue. Maybe I hadn't admitted it to myself, but moving here had been an escape, an attempt to leave behind the mess I'd made of my life elsewhere. It wasn't a dark secret, but it wasn't something I'd ever spoken about either. He smiled slightly, as if sensing my hesitation. "That's what they all say at first, but there's always something. Nobody ends up here by accident." The sudden sound of the police station's front door opening jolted us both. The officer straightened instantly, listening intently as heavy footsteps echoed down the hall toward us. "Hey, Bobby, you got her in there," a gruff voice called out. I recognized the voice as belonging to another officer, older sounding, harsher. Bobby stepped back from the doorway, still watching me carefully. "Yeah, she's right here." Another figure appeared in the doorway behind him, a taller man, broad-shouldered, with hard eyes that swept over me in an instant, appraising me like livestock. "Is she talking yet?" "Not much," Bobby answered quietly. The taller officer sighed, stepping closer to me. He stood a foot taller than Bobby, intimidating even in silence. "Listen carefully," he said sharply, authority dripping from each syllable. "This doesn't have to be hard. You tell us what you're doing here, exactly why you chose our town, and who you really are, and maybe you'll leave this building in one piece." My chest tightened. "I'm exactly who I say I am. I swear to you. I just needed a fresh start." His gaze darkened. "Fresh start from what?" "My life," I whispered, voice breaking. "I had trouble at home. Money, relationships, everything fell apart. I chose this place at random on a map. I thought it seemed quiet, safe." The two officers exchanged a glance. The taller man snorted derisively. "See, that's the problem. Everyone thinks places like this are safe. Quiet towns, friendly neighbors. But towns like ours have to work at staying safe, and we don't like strangers who refuse to be known." "I'll leave," I said quickly, panic threading through my voice. "Tonight, right now. You'll never see me again, I promise." "It's not that simple anymore," Bobby said softly, almost apologetically. "You know too much. You've seen too much." My head spun with confusion. "I haven't seen anything. I don't understand any of this." The taller officer stepped forward until his shadow fell over me completely. "You noticed the car tonight, didn't you? The one following you." Most people wouldn't even realize they were being watched. But you noticed. You reacted. That means you're hiding something, or you're smart enough to know when you're being hunted. I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. "I'm not hiding anything. I was just scared." "Exactly," Bobby murmured from behind the taller man. "Fear means awareness, and we can't have people who pay attention passing through without keeping tabs on them." "Keeping tabs?" I asked, dread pooling in my stomach. "You can call it insurance," the taller officer said calmly. "We make sure anyone who knows about us doesn't leave without an understanding. You'll stay here tonight while we figure out what to do with you." "No," I said faintly, backing against the wall. "You can't do this. People know I'm here. My sister." "She won't find you," Bobby said gently, shaking his head. "No one ever does. People disappear from towns like this all the time. It's just a story on the news somewhere else." The taller man smiled coldly. "Welcome home." They both stepped away then, closing the door firmly behind them. I heard the soft click of the lock from the other side. I sank slowly to the cold tile floor, trying desperately to control the trembling that shook my entire body. In the silent, empty bathroom, I finally understood. The car that followed me wasn't just intimidation, it was a test, and I had failed. Now, trapped inside the station, surrounded by people who had decided I was theirs to keep, I knew with certainty I might never leave this town alive. I sat alone on the cold bathroom floor, my breathing ragged, my mind racing through every possible escape scenario. The cracked phone lay beside me, its broken screen flickering faintly in the dim fluorescent light. I stared at it desperately, as if sheer willpower might somehow repair it and let me call for help. But it was useless. They had trapped me here, and my chances of getting out on my own felt terrifyingly slim. I pulled my knees close to my chest, trying to stop shaking, trying to think clearly. What was this place? Who were these people? I'd moved here precisely because it was quiet, because nothing ever happened. Now it felt like that quiet had been a deliberate illusion, a mask to hide something sinister underneath. I listened carefully at the door, straining to hear any snippets of conversation between the officers, any clue as to what they planned to do next. Their voices were muffled but audible, drifting in low, cautious tones from the station's main room. "Can't just let her leave. She already knows too much," the taller officer said. His voice carried authority, a cold pragmatism that chilled me to the bone. Bobby replied, quieter, almost hesitant. "But what are we supposed to do? She hasn't actually done anything. Maybe she really is just a normal person passing through." "That's not your call," the other man snapped sharply. "The rules exist for a reason. Anyone who suspects something is off here can't be allowed to go." My stomach churned at his words. What exactly were they hiding in this town that justified kidnapping or worse? What rules was he talking about? I pressed my ear tighter against the door, desperate to catch anything else useful, but their conversation trailed off into silence. The station was quiet again, except for the faint buzzing of the overhead lights. That quiet was somehow more oppressive than the arguing had been. I forced myself to stand up, ignoring the shakiness in my legs. Sitting on the floor wouldn't help. I had to find another way out. Moving quietly, I examined the tiny room again. The high window above the sink was still there, narrow but just big enough that I might squeeze through. But the window was at least 8 feet off the floor, higher than I could comfortably reach. I glanced around, my eyes landing on the cheap plastic trash can near the sink. It wouldn't support my weight long, but maybe long enough to climb through if I was fast. I grabbed it, placing it upside down beneath the window, and tested it gingerly with one foot. It shifted a bit, unsteady beneath me, but held. I took a deep breath, my pulse racing again, and stepped carefully onto it, bracing myself against the cold porcelain sink. Stretching upward, I just managed to grab the metal latch of the window, turning it slowly to avoid making any noise. My heart skipped as it creaked slightly. I froze, holding my breath, waiting for any sign the officers had heard. Seconds passed, nothing. I exhaled softly and pushed the window outward, wincing again at the soft squeal of the hinges. But no one came. Cool night air rushed in, fresh and inviting, filling my lungs and renewing my hope. I could see the dark parking lot behind the building, quiet and empty. Freedom was only inches away. I reached up further, gripping the sill tightly with both hands, preparing to haul myself up and through the small opening. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hallway again, heavy and purposeful, heading toward the bathroom door. Panic surged through me like electricity. My fingers lost their grip momentarily, and I slipped backward off the trash can. I caught myself awkwardly against the wall, gasping in pain as my ankle twisted sharply beneath me. The bathroom door rattled loudly. "Everything all right in there?" Bobby's voice asked firmly. "Fine," I managed to say, my voice strained. "I just lost my balance." He hesitated, the pause heavy and suspicious. "Step away from the door," he finally said, voice harder than before. "We're coming in." My heart sank as the lock clicked loudly and the door swung open again. Both officers stood there, expressions dark. Bobby glanced immediately at the window, then at the overturned trash can. His face tightened. "What were you planning exactly?" the taller officer asked coldly, his voice dangerously calm. "I just needed fresh air." I lied weakly, the words sounding pathetic even to me. He shook his head slowly. "That's your last mistake. You don't seem to realize how serious this is. We're not playing games here." "I told you," I said desperately, anger creeping into my fear. "I'm not a threat. I don't know anything about your town, your secrets. I just want to leave." "It's too late for that," he said sharply, stepping closer. "You already broke the trust we tried to offer. You attempted to escape. That's enough for us to know we can't ever let you leave." My chest tightened painfully at his words. "What are you going to do with me?" The taller officer glanced at Bobby, who was watching silently, his expression tense but resigned. "Take her downstairs. We'll keep her there until the others decide." Bobby nodded, stepping forward reluctantly. "Come on," he murmured quietly, reaching to grip my arm. "Don't make this harder." I jerked away instinctively, my ankle flaring with pain. "Please, you don't have to do this." He hesitated, looking away, unable to meet my pleading gaze. "I don't have a choice," he whispered, almost apologetically. "Neither do you." He took my arm again, firmer this time, guiding me toward the back of the station. I limped alongside him, glancing frantically around for anyone else who might help me, but the station was deserted. There were no witnesses, no one to see or care what was happening. He led me through a heavy metal door, down a narrow staircase that smelled damp and moldy. At the bottom was a dark hallway with several locked doors on each side, dim bulbs flickering weakly above us. He unlocked one, ushering me inside before stepping back out quickly. The room was tiny, bare concrete walls, and a single cot pushed against the far corner. No windows, no furniture beyond the bed. A prison cell, essentially. "You can't leave me here," I whispered, voice shaking. Bobby looked at me one last time, genuine regret visible in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he murmured quietly, almost too softly to hear. Then he closed the heavy door, locking it with a loud click that echoed through the empty hallway. I sank slowly onto the cot, despair closing in around me. I'd come here seeking safety, anonymity, a fresh start. Instead, I'd found a nightmare, trapped by people who saw my very presence as a threat. I knew deep down that if I didn't find a way out soon, I might never see daylight again. I sat motionless on the thin cot, shivering slightly as the damp chill of the basement seeped through my skin. It felt like hours since Bobby had locked me in, but without any window or clock, time didn't exist. My ankle throbbed faintly from the earlier fall, each pulse a sharp reminder of just how trapped I was. The silence down here was absolute, oppressive. I strained to hear any sound from upstairs, voices, footsteps, anything to suggest someone might still be around, but all I heard was my own ragged breathing and the steady hum of distant machinery. Probably the building's heating system, just another indifferent witness to my captivity. How had things come to this so quickly? Only a few hours ago I was finishing a shift at the diner, tired but completely unaware that my life was about to change. And now, here I was, locked in a basement beneath a police station in a town I'd foolishly thought would offer peace and anonymity. Instead, it had stripped away my freedom, my trust, and possibly even my future. I forced myself to stand up again, ignoring the shooting pain in my ankle. Limping slightly, I paced the tiny cell, tracing my fingertips along the rough concrete walls, searching for anything that might help me escape a loose brick, a hidden latch, anything. But the room had clearly been designed precisely for holding someone like me, someone they deemed a threat, and the walls gave away nothing. I slumped back onto the cot, defeated and exhausted. My thoughts spiraled, replaying everything Bobby and the other officer had said. They had spoken about rules, about watching strangers, but why? What were they so desperate to protect that they'd go to these lengths? The paranoia of a small town couldn't fully explain it. There had to be something more, something hidden beneath the surface of their quiet, carefully maintained lives. I had nearly fallen asleep, my mind clouded with hopelessness, when I heard a sound from outside the cell door, a faint metallic clicking, followed by footsteps approaching cautiously. My body tensed instantly, adrenaline flooding through me. The footsteps paused outside my door, and I held my breath, listening carefully. The lock scraped softly, and the door opened just enough to let a narrow sliver of dim hallway light enter. I stood up abruptly, bracing myself for whatever would come next. To my surprise, Bobby stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind him. He didn't switch on the light, leaving us both in near darkness, illuminated only by faint cracks of hallway light seeping beneath the door. His expression was tense, conflicted. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He held up his hand slightly, a calming gesture. "Just listen, okay? I don't have much time. They'll notice I'm gone." I eyed him warily, skeptical. "Why should I trust anything you say?" "You shouldn't," he admitted quietly, "but right now, I'm the only chance you've got." I crossed my arms, keeping a cautious distance. "Then tell me what's going on here. Why did they lock me up? What is this place hiding?" Bobby sighed deeply, rubbing his face with one hand, clearly exhausted. "This town, it's not normal. People come here to get away from something. You know that already. But it's more than that. People here like control. They like to know who's passing through. They like things to stay predictable, and when someone disrupts that, they panic." I shook my head slowly. "That's still not a reason to kidnap someone." "I know," Bobby murmured, a note of genuine shame creeping into his voice. "But once you're in this deep, there's no turning back. They think you know too much now. They think you're dangerous because you noticed what they were doing." "I don't know anything," I said desperately. "I was just scared." He nodded grimly. "Exactly. You reacted differently than others do. You didn't just shrug off the car following you. You went to the police. To them, that means you're observant. maybe too observant. That's why they decided to bring you in." I stared at him, incredulous. So what? They're just going to keep me here forever. He hesitated, looking uncomfortable. "Not exactly. They'll hold you until they figure out what you know. And after that," his voice trailed off. "What?" I pressed, fear climbing back into my throat. "What happens after that?" He looked away, unable to meet my eyes. "They'll do whatever it takes to keep the town safe, to keep their secrets safe." A chill ran through me, colder than anything the basement had offered so far. "You have to help me get out. Please, Bobby. You don't seem like them. You're not cruel." He laughed bitterly, the sound hollow and devoid of humor. "You think I have a choice in any of this? I'm just as trapped as you are. You're standing here right now. You opened the door. That's a choice." He looked at me for a long moment, his expression filled with conflict. I could see clearly that he was struggling with himself, his loyalties divided. Finally, he shook his head softly. "Fine. If I help you get out, you can never come back here. You can't call the police from another town. You have to disappear completely. Can you do that?" "Yes," I said quickly, relief surging through me. "Absolutely." He nodded, seemingly convinced. "All right. There's an exit at the end of the hallway. It leads outside, near the woods. Follow the tree line until you reach the old service road. It'll lead you back toward Route 27, but you need to move fast. Once they notice you're gone, they'll be after you." "What about you?" I asked, suddenly concerned for him despite everything he'd done. He shrugged helplessly. "I'll figure something out. Just go now before I change my mind." I didn't hesitate. He led me quietly down the dark hallway, past the locked doors that presumably hid others, and stopped at a rusted metal door marked maintenance. He unlocked it carefully, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "Once you're out there, keep moving. Don't stop for anything. And if anyone asks, you were never here. You never saw any of this." I nodded quickly, adrenaline already flooding through me again. "Thank you," I whispered genuinely, seeing the fear and guilt etched deeply into his face. "Don't thank me yet," he said, his voice grim. "You're not safe until you're far from here. Now go." I stepped into the cool night air, feeling freedom flood my lungs for the first time in hours. The trees loomed dark and silent ahead, offering both cover and a threat. Behind me, Bobby watched silently from the doorway, his figure silhouetted in the faint hallway light. I gave him one final nod, then turned and ran as best I could with my injured ankle, pushing through the pain, desperate to put as much distance between myself and the station as possible. As the darkness of the woods enveloped me, I allowed myself a brief surge of hope. I was out, free for now, but Bobby's warning echoed clearly in my mind. I wasn't safe yet. My lungs burned, my heartbeat thundered in my ears, and my injured ankles screamed with every step, but I couldn't stop running. Behind me, the police station's distant lights blurred into shadows beneath the tree line. Bobby's warning echoed relentlessly in my head. "You're not safe yet." Branches scraped at my face, snagged at my clothes, and every snapping twig beneath my feet made me jump, convinced that they were already behind me, already closing in. But each time I glanced back, the woods were empty, cloaked in darkness, and disturbingly silent. I finally slowed, panting and gasping, collapsing briefly against the rough trunk of an oak. I had no idea how far I'd run or how long I'd been stumbling through these woods, but I was far enough that the police station was no longer visible, even as a faint glow in the distance. Now, though, panic shifted into something colder, a deep realization that I was lost. Bobby had mentioned an old service road somewhere beyond the trees, but the thick woods stretched endlessly in every direction. I strained my ears for traffic noise, anything to guide me toward a road, but only silence filled the gaps between my ragged breaths. After a moment, I forced myself upright and limped forward carefully, each step hesitant but determined. Moonlight filtered weakly through the treetops, casting eerie shadows and making every shape appear sinister. My ankle throbbed more fiercely now, swollen and hot to the touch, but adrenaline kept me moving. I thought back to Bobby and wondered what would happen to him. He had helped me escape, knowing full well the risk. Why? Was it guilt? Or had he genuinely been trapped, too caught in something bigger and uglier than either of us could have imagined? The deeper I moved into the woods, the more oppressive they felt. The silence was unnatural. No birds, no rustling animals, just the endless crunch of my footsteps and my own uneven breaths. Anxiety crept up my spine, cold and unforgiving, whispering that I wasn't alone out here, that someone or something was watching from just beyond the shadows. Suddenly I froze. Ahead, through the trees, a faint beam of light pierced the darkness, flickering briefly, then disappearing again. My breath caught. Flashlights. Someone searching for me. My pulse quickened, and instinct took over. I ducked behind the nearest thick tree, pressing myself against the rough bark, trying to still my breathing. Voices drifted through the night, low and urgent, drawing closer. Two figures appeared, flashlight beams slicing through the dark, moving steadily through the brush. I crouched lower, every muscle tense, praying they wouldn't spot me. One voice carried softly on the night air. She couldn't have gone far. Bobby didn't have enough time to get her very deep into the woods. The other grunted quietly in reply. He's an idiot for letting her out. Thought he understood the rules better. My stomach twisted painfully. They knew. Bobby hadn't fooled them. How long had it taken them to notice I was missing? 10 minutes? 20? How long had I been stumbling through these woods, lost and directionless, giving them ample time to track me? Doesn't matter, the first voice said, closer now. She'll be panicking, lost, easy to find. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to think. I couldn't run, not with my ankle. I had to hide, had to let them pass, then change direction. Quietly, I crept lower, sliding carefully onto my stomach behind the dense bushes and tangled roots. My fingers dug into the cool, damp earth as I pressed my body flat against the ground. The beams swept slowly closer, pausing occasionally as they scanned the underbrush, lighting up random patches of forest floor, each passing moment making it harder to breathe. Their voices were clear now, disturbingly calm, as if hunting down someone who dared to escape was just routine. Finally, the lights passed by, missing me by mere feet, and the sound of their steps receded gradually deeper into the forest. Relief washed through me, tempered by the grim reality of my situation. They were searching systematically and methodically. They wouldn't stop until I was found. I waited another few minutes, hardly daring to breathe, before slowly rising again. Now I moved more carefully, quieter, stepping lightly despite the constant fiery pain shooting through my ankle. I had to get out of the woods, had to find that service road Bobby had mentioned. Then, abruptly, my foot hit solid ground beneath the leaves, not earth, but asphalt. A rush of hope surged through me. I'd found the road. It was narrow and cracked, obviously long abandoned, but it was still a way out. Bobby had said this would lead me back toward Route 27. If I could get there, I could flag someone down, get help from outside the town. I moved along the road, faster now despite the pain, driven by newfound determination. The trees gradually thinned on either side, moonlight illuminating more of the cracked pavement ahead. Every step closer to escape pushed my fear further into the background, replaced by desperate hope. But my heart sank again when I noticed headlights approaching. They weren't coming fast, just slowly creeping up the narrow road, carefully illuminating patches of dark woods. Panic surged through me once more. They'd anticipated this. Of course they knew I'd try to find the road. I couldn't outrun a car, couldn't hide in plain sight. Frantically, I turned and stumbled back toward the tree line, but the headlights caught me fully, bathing me in harsh white light. I froze, knowing it was pointless to run now. The car stopped abruptly, doors opening quickly. Two figures stepped out, shadows stark against the glare of the headlights. I shielded my eyes, heart pounding furiously. One of them stepped forward slowly, the outline of his uniform unmistakable even in silhouette. "You're persistent, I'll give you that," the familiar voice said calmly, the taller officer. His tone wasn't angry or even frustrated, just matter of fact, almost impressed. "But I warned Bobby you'd be trouble." "I just want to leave," I pleaded desperately. "I don't want to cause any problems. Please." He shook his head, stepping closer. "It's too late for that. You're more trouble than we expected. People like you always causing complications, trying to change how things are done." I backed away slightly, feeling trapped by the harsh lights and their encroaching presence. "Why are you doing this? What's so important you'd hurt someone to protect it?" He hesitated briefly, sighing. "This town has worked this way for decades. It's how we stay safe. You disrupt that, you risk everything." "But what are you protecting?" I whispered, desperation clear in my voice. He didn't answer, just glanced at the other figure, signaling with a slight nod. They moved quickly, grabbing me firmly by the arms, ignoring my struggles, and dragged me toward the waiting car. As they forced me inside, the taller officer leaned close, his voice low but oddly gentle. "You had your chance. Now you belong to the town." The doors slammed shut, the sound echoing like a final judgment. In the suffocating silence inside the car, despair closed around me once again. I was trapped by a place that refused to let me go. And this time, I knew deep in my gut that escape might never come again. The car ride back into town was unbearably silent. I sat wedged between the taller officer and Bobby, my wrists uncomfortably bound with zip ties, biting into my skin. I'd given up struggling after the first few minutes. It seemed pointless now. They had found me too easily. Everything I'd tried had only brought me back into their grip. Outside, the familiar streets slipped by slowly, quiet and deserted. The clock on the dashboard glowed faintly 4:15 a.m. The world was still asleep, unaware of the nightmare unfolding in their picturesque little town. My stomach churned as we passed Stella's diner, now dark and empty, the neon sign switched off. It felt symbolic, somehow, like my life here, brief and already extinguished. Eventually, we turned down a side street I didn't recognize. It led to a large house set back from the road, its facade faded, paint peeling, windows dark. A heavy feeling of dread pooled in my stomach as the car rolled to a slow stop in the gravel driveway. The taller officer got out first, opening my door and pulling me roughly from the vehicle. Bobby followed silently, eyes cast downward, refusing to look at me. "What is this place?" I whispered, my voice raw from exhaustion and fear. The taller officer didn't answer. Instead, he guided me firmly toward the house, Bobby trailing quietly behind. The front door swung open before we reached it, revealing a figure standing in the dimly lit entryway, an older woman, her gray hair neatly pulled back, expression stern but not unkind. "This her?" she asked calmly, assessing me with sharp, intelligent eyes. The officer nodded. "She gave us some trouble, tried to run, but we caught her." The woman stepped aside, motioning for us to enter. Inside, the house felt oddly normal, furnished neatly, walls lined with family portraits, giving no outward hint of the sinister truth behind it. They guided me down a narrow hallway and into a large room that looked like a home office. Books lined the shelves, and papers were neatly stacked on the desk. "Sit," the woman instructed gently but firmly. I obeyed slowly, sinking onto the edge of a wooden chair, my hands trembling slightly in my lap. Bobby stood silently near the door, avoiding my gaze, while the older officer positioned himself at the back of the room. "You must be very frightened," the woman began softly. Her voice carried genuine empathy, but I refused to let myself believe it was sincere. Not after everything they'd done. "Who are you?" I asked cautiously. "What do you want with me?" She folded her hands carefully on the desk, watching me closely. "I suppose you deserve an explanation. My name is Margaret Thompson. I've lived in this town my entire life. In many ways, you could say I've kept it safe." "Safe?" I echoed bitterly. "Kidnapping people and terrorizing them is safe." Her eyes narrowed slightly, but her voice stayed even. "What we do here isn't pleasant, I admit, but it's necessary. Our town is safe precisely because we watch everyone who enters. If someone is dangerous, we know. If they're hiding something, we know. We protect each other. And yes, sometimes protecting each other means doing unpleasant things." "I wasn't hiding anything," I insisted weakly. "I was just scared. You followed me. You threatened me. I had every right to run." She tilted her head slightly, studying me. "You're right, of course. Your reaction was understandable. Unfortunately, it made you seem dangerous to the others. When you arrived here, you chose isolation. You didn't integrate. You raised suspicion, exactly what we strive to avoid." "Please," I whispered, desperation leaking into my voice, "just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I don't care about your secrets. I just want to leave." Margaret sighed quietly, looking genuinely regretful. "I'm afraid that's impossible now. You've seen too much. If you leave, You become a risk to everyone who lives here." "What are you going to do with me then?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Are you going to kill me?" Margaret's eyebrows knitted together slightly. "Kill you? No, of course not. Despite what you might think, we're not monsters. But you can't leave. Not ever." I stared at her, confusion and dread mingling inside me. "Then what? You're just going to keep me locked away forever?" She shook her head gently. "Nothing that extreme. You're going to become one of us, a part of the town. You'll live here, work here, belong here under supervision, of course." My breath caught. Supervision. She nodded calmly. "You'll be watched closely, but you'll be allowed a life. You'll have work, a home, even friends eventually. But if you ever try to leave, if you ever try to tell anyone outside this town what you've learned, well, you understand." I felt dizzy. They weren't going to kill me. They were going to force me into a life I never wanted, watched and controlled every moment. Imprisoned, but free enough to pretend I wasn't. "I can't," I whispered softly. "I can't live like that." Margaret stood slowly, walking around the desk to stand closer, her gaze softening slightly. "It's not ideal, but you'll adapt. Everyone does." Bobby adapted. She glanced toward Bobby, who finally lifted his head, shame clear in his eyes. "He was an outsider once, too. Just like you." I looked at Bobby, feeling a painful flicker of sympathy despite everything. He nodded slowly, sadness written clearly across his face. "You just stop fighting," he murmured quietly. "After a while, it starts to feel normal." Margaret gently touched my shoulder, her hand surprisingly warm, almost comforting. "We'll give you a new identity, a place to live, a new job. In a year, 2 at most, you won't even remember life was any different." Tears stung my eyes, blurring my vision. Was this really the only way forward? A life under constant watch, unable to leave, unable to speak freely but alive? Could I accept this as my fate? Margaret's gaze softened further. "You have to choose, dear. Adapt or disappear. I'd strongly advise you choose the first." My heart ached fiercely, longing desperately for freedom, for escape. But I saw no other option. Fighting had only brought me back here again and again. Finally, with tears quietly slipping down my cheeks, I nodded. Margaret smiled gently, squeezing my shoulder reassuringly. "Good girl, we'll take care of you." And so slowly my life became theirs. Months passed, and the memory of that night faded into a dull ache, never forgotten but tucked safely away, where it could no longer hurt me. I worked quietly, lived quietly, becoming just another face in town, another secret keeper. Eventually, it was my turn to watch the new arrivals, outsiders like I once was, to see their fear, their confusion, to know exactly what they'd soon face. But by then, I understood. The town protected itself, guarded its secrets fiercely, and as much as I hated it, I was a part of it. Like Bobby said, after a while it started to feel normal. And eventually, it became home.